Recording in progress. In progress.
It's over. As of yesterday, it's over. The final was. I'm so sorry. Here's the report.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the July CWCB meeting. The first order of business is Basin Director's reports. And although I've attempted to twist his arm, I guess I'm not strong enough. John has declined to give a report for this basin because he talked to us so much on the tour. But I just want to have us all thank John for an incredible tour, an incredible basin to visit, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, but we have to wait. Sonia Chavez will be here today on one of the agenda items. We have to make sure to let her know because she really was the person who put that all together.
You help remind us, please.
I will, and I will just say that the only thing I want to add to the tour is something that Director Allman mentioned yesterday, which is critical to this community, and that is with significant help from Director Allman and the Attorney General's office, we finally managed to stop the hemorrhaging at Blue Mesa Reservoir, which if reclamation had continued on the path they were on, it would have basically drained that reservoir, which would have been a catastrophe for the Gunnison community. So thank you, Director Allman, for his hard work in getting that done.
Thanks, John. And I'm going to put myself last and go to South Platte first, Brad Wind.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Vasquez, Chair Vasquez, and John, again, thank you. And thank you for the cool weather. It's so pleasant here in Gunnison. We've all, I think, are experiencing terrible hydrology, so I'll just skip because I don't think we have a corner in the market in northeastern Colorado and the South Platte Basin as to how challenging things are. So keep my comments fairly brief. However, I can't. We've got to talk about weather in some way, shape, or form. I think all of us in Colorado and oh gosh, seems like hail events are becoming more broad across the country, is my observation. But I think all of us Coloradoans have experienced either directly or indirectly the damage of hail, and even myself sometimes think, oh, I was in the worst hail event. Well, we just keep having them in the South Platte Basin. I think over the course of, and not that I'm capturing them all here, but 3 of notable events over the course of probably, oh gosh, 12 or 14 days, I suppose. There was a Wiggins event. There was what I'll call a brush event, and one in the greater Sterling area in northeastern Colorado. And I tended to think, in my own mind, some of you might recall a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, there was an event in Yuma, in which I didn't see directly, but I saw images of. And in my mind, I thought that was probably the worst event I had ever seen in my years along the South Platte. But in fact, holy smokes, the Wiggins event, which a couple of these pictures are from, the ones on the right, to see, if you've ever been in a vehicle during a hail event, to think about a hail ball coming through the glass is kind of hard to imagine, but nonetheless, that did occur in Wiggins, and I'm sure that person was pretty alarmed at what they experienced in their car, nonetheless, so pretty significant. And on the left is a field, widespread damage in the brush area, in which just prior to that storm, that's a corn row, formerly a corn row, and that corn was probably a little bit over waist high. A beautiful field of corn right off of I-76 near the brush exit. And there's probably 20 quarter sections through that vicinity that ended up looking like this, where it's kind of hard to even imagine what was in that crop, and just devastating, and just over lots and lots of acres. To kind of add that to the challenge we're having throughout the state, what in some cases that's resulting in, not only, but probably more so the reaction or the impact of just dry conditions and a lot of fallow ground in northeastern Colorado, among other places of Colorado, but certainly we're seeing it throughout our basin, where there's a shift in cropping, which one would expect. There's still fallow lands. There's probably, in my opinion, there's still likely 100,000 acres that won't be irrigated or planted in the South Platte Basin, but there is a movement toward a lot of Sudex, Sudan grass. Perhaps to the untrained eye, as you drive by, you might think it's corn, but in fact, it's not. It's a crop that's typically used either baled for forage for livestock, dairy, and beef cattle, or harvested in a wetter form and ensiled in pits and also fed to livestock. But it can get by with a third of the water supply and still produce a pretty decent yield. It's not corn necessarily, but it's close, and so folks are shifting to that. And we're probably about in the last week or so in which one could plant a Sudex, a Sudan grass species, and still expect some productivity by first frost date. So a lot of kind of ongoing planting in northeastern Colorado. Just maybe some observations, and I think we're all having this throughout the state as we think about what we're experiencing in our own basins and our relationship with other nearby basins. In many cases, there's obviously connections. And probably in recent month, for sure, if not a couple of months, I've kind of narrowed it down to a couple of things that I'm thinking more about. And we sometimes think we've got some of these things figured out, and I'm not sure if we do, at least in the South Platte, and it's no fault of anybody. And the first one I think a lot about is in northeastern Colorado, perhaps, although I probably would hold the Arkansas up second, that there's a keen connection between municipal and agriculture demand. There's just a relationship there in northeastern Colorado that's largely the result of the Colorado Big Thompson project, which was kind of fueled an ability to move water around in wet versus dry years into different types of uses on those kind of hydrologic years. And that over lots of years created a pretty interesting and robust relationship between municipal interests and agricultural interests. When I started, decades ago at Northern Water, in large part, I think some of that was the result of some of those water resource managers for some of the larger municipalities were, of course, I'm biased, but they were ag engineers. And ag engineers are just these wonderful communicators, tongue in cheek, but they were farm kids, and they managed the portfolios of these large cities, but they could communicate with the farming community. They knew the lingo. They knew what farmers experience on the landscape. They knew the difference between a dry year and a wet year, and they could communicate. They could talk about how to optimize share in the water resources or move it from location to location from year to year. And again, the northeastern Colorado, the CBT project in large part allows for that to take place, but it's happening throughout our state in a greater scale. Those folks have largely retired, and they're replaced with extremely bright folks. But here in Colorado, like much of the United States, if not the world, we're 2 or 3 generations away from the farm, so to speak. So there's not a connection between, at least a direct connection between what's experienced in the rural hinterlands and our urban and industrial uses of water. So what I'm arguing for is we got to work on this as agencies, as organizations, as agriculture, and try to recreate some way in which there's a robust conversation, particularly in these kind of years, on what can give and what can take, certainly adhering to laws and agreements. But I'm just seeing it day over day of farmers, producers calling Northern Water or myself and not really knowing who to call at that nearby municipality in which, or perhaps even a conservation group. And like, is there opportunities? Where can I, who might I call to just get a little bit of water to make some feed, some forage, some food, and they just don't know who to call. And that's, again, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I think it's just kind of a reality. And at least I'm thinking about, well, how do you rebuild that? You need to get people in the room. You've seen these conversations between agriculturalists and municipality managers, and it can be very awkward. It's just kind of awkward for folks, not knowing what they should say to one another. But we got to find a way to rebuild those to better plan for the years we're experiencing, like this year. So an observation, and then secondly, kind of a doubling down on, we've got, dare I say, a house of cards, but we have a lot of layered agreements throughout our state and throughout our basins on how water is used in different kinds of years. And perhaps, speaking certainly for myself, we haven't always modeled or scenarioed those layers of agreements and expectations, and we certainly haven't run them through scenarios in which we're experiencing now. And I think that's going to be important, and I'd encourage CWCB to kind of think about how they might be able to assist in that. They're complicated. Some of them are quite old. Some of them haven't been in play, and certainly the agreements haven't experienced, in most cases, the hydrology we're having. When you just layer these agreements on top of agreements, at some point something breaks, and that's to be expected. Not all those agreements can be satisfied when you have hydrology like this, but then what? And I can imagine some of them will need amendments to talk about, well, then what? What happens when you have a 2026, and where do we go in those kinds of agreements and arrangements to prohibit or minimize impacts, broader impacts that otherwise would occur. And my caution here is that if one gets too carried away in evaluating and trying to eliminate all risk, if we eliminate all water risk from our life, we will not optimize water supplies in Colorado. So it's important to get the right folks in the room that can understand what risks they can live with, how they might deal with that risk in some other fashion, perhaps through money, through perhaps water conservation measures that hard to think of how far we might take those. But I think you've got to be, again, cautious to make sure you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak, and understanding all these agreements. So something that's going through my mind, and I imagine it's going through all your minds. I'm probably saying things that you've thought about, but these kinds of years are an opportunity to reflect and build on a future that can be more robust. Although I think we're doing quite well, given the hydrology we're having. The wheels are kind of staying on the bus, but there's impacts nonetheless. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Commissioner Wind? Robert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Brad. And thanks for bringing up the issue of the challenges farmers are facing. Another one that Eastern Colorado has really faced is the wheat crop this year. Just the drought situations, there wasn't much of a crop. Then we had an early freeze that took what was remaining out. So Eastern Colorado, I think, saw a reduction of at least 50% on our farm. We didn't harvest any of our wheat, and it wasn't even of value for forage either. So we left it there just to hold the ground through this year and help us, because we were fallowing about 40% of our ground, just knowing that we weren't going to have enough water. But to your point about the hail too, if you look at the current drought monitor, there's portions of Eastern Colorado that are not considered under drought. And it's the same areas that are getting hit by hail, which is a shame. So now they're out of drought, but they've lost their crop to hail, which is really, really, really challenging. And so that's why we're really focusing our efforts on mental health, unfortunately, is that all the stress that farming ag communities are going under. And Brad, I like your idea as well. I think we're trying to contemplate that as how, once we get through this season, how can we really reflect on what went on and how can we be better prepared for the next time this happens. And so I really would welcome your ideas and how we can document the impacts, because like you mentioned, you think that there may be 100,000 acres that are fallow this season. we're trying to get a grasp of how we can document that. We're not too sure if we can use some type of remote sensing, whether we can, some of it will be data through USDA, through farmers that are enrolled in programs. But like our farm, we're not enrolled in any kind of farm program. So the 40% that we're following, there's no record of it. But if any of you have any ideas about how we can document what's going on this year, we'd really appreciate your insight and input. So thanks.
Any other questions for Brad? Seeing none, Alan Ward, Arkansas, up next.
Thank you. I don't have slides this time, but I just wanted to kind of cover a few things. You've heard about this quite a bit yesterday, but flows on the Arkansas River are at historic lows through the city of Pueblo, which is located just downstream of Pueblo Dam. The only water in the river for about the last 2 or 3 weeks has been account water that ditch companies are having delivered downstream. So there's no native natural water being passed through the dam right now. And of course, that was the purpose of the in-stream flow loan that was approved yesterday. Thank you for that. I just want to give some credit to Colorado Springs Utilities, who was a partner with Pueblo Water in that. It was incredibly generous for them to do that. In Pueblo's case, we were getting kind of a direct benefit because we're keeping a live stream in our own town. But for Colorado Springs, that really was a generous offer to help support flows in another city. The largest irrigation ditch in my county, in Pueblo County, is the Bessemer Ditch. And right now they're on pace to divert about 1 acre-foot per acre for the year. They normally divert around 3, so roughly a third of their normal supply. So very challenging time for them to try to figure out how to manage irrigating a crop with only a foot per acre. As you've all heard, my basin's heavily impacted by wildfire right now. We've got the Aspen Acres fire, which is just under 100,000 acres. And it's located just about 20 to 30 miles southwest of the city of Pueblo. Once that fire's over, obviously we're going to have a lot of concerns about storm runoff. And I know the CWCB staff will be there for us to help kind of analyze that and pick up the pieces after that fire is over. The other one impacting us is up at the headwaters near Turquoise Reservoir, the Willow Fire. Last I looked, it was just under 7,000 acres. That one, there's a lot of water infrastructure nearby. You've got Turquoise Reservoir. There's several Trans-Mountain tunnels that come in near there. My understanding is so far the fire hasn't really threatened that infrastructure. It's mostly grown up into the wilderness area. But anyway, we're hoping to get relief from fire soon in our basin. I think the weather pattern's supposed to start changing next week, a little cooler, a little wetter. We have several farmers in the Arkansas Valley that think that a interruptible water supply agreement might be a good path for them to monetize some of their water assets without selling. There's an existing statute that allows them to lease water to cities 3 and 10 years. But the farmers believe that a more manageable method for them would be if they could do 30% of their land annually. Just easier for them to manage. They never have to completely shut down the operation. And so I think they're going to be pushing for some legislation this coming session to add that opportunity to the interruptible water supply agreement statute. Probably more to come on that. They did present at the Water Resources and Ag Committee hearing that was right at the end of June. But it seems like it's a positive step for those farmers who want to monetize their water but don't want to sell. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and this is probably typical of a lot of other basins, but you know, your rivers flow through towns, and those towns are really leaning into their rivers. Up and down the Arkansas Basin, towns have river festivals. And it's been a different year for those this year. Some towns I saw canceled them. Some have gone ahead and had some level of a festival. In Pueblo, we had our Steel City, Arkansas River Festival at the end of June. Very different event from what it was a year before. Wasn't prime river surfing flows and that sort of thing. But what struck me about that and the other ones I've seen is those festivals bring sort of the lay people, not just the water nerds that we all meet with all the time, but lay people come down and they enjoy their rivers. They connect with them. They learn about how they're impacted by drought and other users. For the one in Pueblo, they were actually, the folks who put that on coordinated with some of the ag entities downstream and had a water delivery scheduled for that weekend. And so it sort of created that chance to see how recreational interests and ag interests can come together and complement each other when they talk to each other and coordinate. And I just think it's good for people's spirits and mental health to connect with their rivers and their communities. So really excited that at least some of the river festivals went on as planned despite the low flows. That's all I have unless there's any questions.
Alan, thanks. That last was very uplifting, I think, for many. Any questions for Alan? Jason?
I don't have a question. I was just gonna comment on his comments about the interruptible water supply agreements. There was a group of folks that presented to the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee, and I think there will be likely a bill proposed for changes to that. I presented prior to them about the programs that are in place, IWSA's Lease Fallow Pilot Project, which was started in the Arkansas, and only 3 times have those programs been used since they were instituted. And so the one time that they were used, it was under the Lease Fallow Project, which did allow 30% instead of the 3 and 10. So I think it's fair to say that thinking about ways to make these programs more attractive so that they're actually used is not a bad idea.
Thanks for that. Anybody else? Question for Alan? Hearing none. Going to Denver Water.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. First, I just wanted to start off with a thank you, echo everything that everyone else has said, to Director McLeod for kindly hosting us here. Western, of course, this is honestly one of my favorite places in the state. Still a little bummed my oldest kid was on track to go here and decided to go somewhere else, but I was really hoping I'd have the opportunity to spend a little more time up here, so it's always good to get up here. Also wanted to thank CWCB staff for the IBCC meeting, all the work that's going into the planning process there, as well as the drought tour. A couple of things I was able to plug in on in June. Drought tour especially was a great opportunity to get out. We had coordinated with Northern River District, a bunch of other folks to help with that tour. And a huge thank you as well to Nathan Elder, our raw water supply manager at Denver Water, and Greg Fisher, our water efficiency and demand planning manager, helped with that. So just thought the tour went well, and some great press came out of that as well, of course. So really good opportunity this year to lean in on at least getting that message out on all the issues that we're facing there. So just, whoops, a few slides here. Wanted to start with the wildfire theme. I know we've talked a lot about this, but recently our board, so the Denver Board of Water Commissioners, passed a resolution to support the proposed Proposition 308, which would increase funding for wildfire mitigation, among other things. It would redirect some tax revenue from sporting goods. This is something that's relatively rare for our board to actually go out and support any sort of ballot initiative. So it's great to see just the importance of this potential revenue to the work that we do. Of course, we've got the Forest to Faucets program that we've had for a number of years now with the State Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, number of partners, many millions of dollars that we've invested along with other state funding that's gone into that. This would provide a very, very much needed boost that's obviously critical. This year is a perfect example of that. We've actually had recently about 7 instances where a lot of the mitigation work that we have done has directly impacted potential wildfires. I couldn't find the picture today, unfortunately, but Madeline McDonald, who's our watershed program manager, has this great picture of a fire last year that only ended up getting to a few acres, of course, you don't know, it had a name, of course, all fires do. Of course, you do not know the name of that, but the picture shows trees sideways, kind of a Dr. Seuss image that it was, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. But it happened to be in a place where we had done a lot of mitigation work. So a lot of good examples out there. Great to see that our board, is supporting this. Also, of course, wanted to thank CWCB again for a lot of the funding through the years. In particular, we have our Strancha Sediment Management Program that was a restoration project just upstream of Strancha Springs. We've seen, of course, a lot of sedimentation into Strancha for fires that occurred, many years ago at this point, Buffalo Creek and Hayman. So just wanted to put in a quick plug for that. My understanding is they're still gathering signatures. Another few weeks for that. I think it's August 3rd. So keep your eyes on that. That should be on the ballot hopefully in November. And then moving on to a few short updates, and won't get into the weeds too much on how the drought's affecting us, but I wanted to at least show you kind of the current status of our system. So we are now at about 78% of our reservoir storage and dropping. And of course, that is the biggest impact by far for us. It's great to see potentially, I know everybody's talking about potential monsoonal rains coming, and it's great to see the prospect of that, but that doesn't fill the reservoirs. It does help, of course, every little bit. But we are, as we speak, drawing down, and it's, not a great situation. To that end, of course, we have a lot going on with drought response. I'll get into our ad campaign at the end here. A lot on the enforcement side as well. We've had well over 1,000 interactions, thankfully not too many fines at this point. And we are seeing great response from our customers. So our target with our stage 1 drought restrictions is 20% reduction. I will say that we are seeing that, but there's a caveat that the trick is, as you can see from that daily water use heat map, that things have been so incredibly hot this year. It's the hottest year on record. It's been about 5 degrees above normal on average for the calendar year. So we, slice our data in a number of different ways, but we adjust for the climate. Of course, the grass, plants, everything needs more water, but the hotter it gets, which means that despite the reductions that we're seeing, our use is still, a little higher than where we'd like it to be, even though we are effectively achieving that 20% target. And for what it's worth, that heat map there, the colors show that they represent the deviations from expected daily use. And the values, of course, are in millions of gallons per day. So you can just see, how incredibly hot it's been and how those values have gone up. And then this, I probably showed this before, but we track very closely, of course, our storage, all the reservoirs on that previous slide, and then globally throughout our system. Always evaluating, not only the drought response, but also what we can expect from other modeling moving into next year and the years ahead, which of course is the trick as we prepare for, what could be a major drawdown, spring next year or this time next year. So just, wanting to really protect those supplies as much as we can there. And then finally, I wanted to get into a little bit more on our drought response. I think I'd indicated last time that our Use Only What You Need campaign is back in full force. We kicked off, I think, officially on June 15th. So if you spend any time in the Denver metro area, you will see a lot of this. Just a few images here of what we're doing this time. We have a somewhat new take on the theme of the water is missing. So, you know, trying to be witty, trying to really grab attention. Of course, that's the whole point of an advertising campaign. Even being a little bit edgy, I will say that bottom center one happens to be next to a place, the fairly famous place called Shotgun Willie's. I've honestly never been. I think it may be a tapas place, something like we were at last night. I don't know. But it's interesting to see, you know, of course, we work with an outside ad firm, the same one that we had worked with many years ago, doing a great job, but, you know, really just trying to lean in and get that message out there. Yeah, I've got this sticker on my computer that says, don't be a grass hole. So try not to ruffle feathers, but I've had some requests for stickers. So I made a note to bring some next time if folks are interested. We've got, you know, a whole assortment there. But just wanted to leave you with that we're doing everything we can, and it's great to see the good response. And we continue to reevaluate. So we actually have a number of events and discussions coming up internally to really dig into the data and kind of how we're sitting right now and adjustments we may need to make this year moving forward. And yeah, it's obviously evolving as we speak. So it's something that we've got a lot of folks looking into.
I would bring the stickers. You'll probably have a line of people standing, waiting. Any questions for Greg? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. So no, I was late asking. Thank you. Greg, how is Denver Water adapting to the reduction in income?
Very good question, Director Scotta. And that's something I've discussed briefly before. But we are facing a major reduction in revenue. And of course, you know, the water business is an interesting one. You know, you are basically spending money to tell people not to buy your product when things get tight. And that comes on top of the biggest capital investments that we've had, you know, basically in generations between a number of major investments from the Gross Reservoir Expansion Project. We have a new treatment plant, North Water Treatment Plant. We had just rebuilt our entire operations complex, which now may be, unfortunately, partially moving due to the new Broncos Stadium. That is still very much ongoing in negotiations. So it's a difficult time. I will say this has been evolving, especially within the last 6 months, last year plus. And you know, we have canceled effectively all of our travel, training, conference budgets. We have a hiring freeze. Of course, we are going into both our capital and our operations budgets, making all sorts of cuts. It's honestly not the most fun time to be at Denver Water, but it's insightful to you know, really have that magnifying glass and look where you can cut things and do everything you can. So. Yeah, and that, you know, that goes to some of the conversations I was alluding to with regard to drought response. The revenue conversation is, of course, part of that potential drought shadow, which, you know, we certainly have seen in past droughts. Anticipate that more, that there will be kind of an ongoing revenue reduction from this. So yeah, a lot of moving parts with regard to that. So, and even, you know, potential rate increases, you know, our board has been extremely careful not to raise rates, very conservative, very cognizant of potential, you know, affordability issues, equity issues. And so it's always a tricky balance, but I know that's part of the conversation as well. We did do, I should add, we have added drought pricing that kicked in June. So our board approved the stage 1 drought restrictions, earliest time ever. It was March 25th of this year. And then shortly thereafter approved drought pricing, which is not a rate increase, you know, per, you know, the guidance, the regulations that we have. We have a whole process, of course, public notice and everything for an official rate increase. But the drought pricing is kind of set apart from that. And that is helping, but it's just a small sliver. We're doing everything we can, but thanks for the question, Director Scott.
What is that increase for drought pricing?
So there's 3 tiers. The first tier is nothing, and that is effectively what's calculated for your indoor water use. Second tier is for what we call kind of efficient outdoor water use, and I believe that's an extra $1.10 per thousand. Again, kind of calculated to the property. And then the third tier is what we consider inefficient outdoor use, and I believe that's an extra $2.20 per thousand gallons.
Thanks. A little more of the impact zone of drought that isn't often talked about. Thank you. Any other questions for Greg? Moving on to the Rio Grande.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And John, thanks again for the tour and the dinner. This has been an awesome opportunity to see your basin and see the sites and the things we hear about. Find the button here. Well, that's not supposed to be in there. I don't know which one I sent. No, this is like an old one. This isn't the one I sent, I don't believe. Anyway, so say those don't even match the July thing. There you go, write it down. Nathan Combs flummoxed and not talking.
Nathan, would you like to have a few minutes and somebody else go? Uh-oh.
Right on.
Okay, so it's time to wing it.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
You're good at that,
Yeah,
Nathan.
we'll be fine. I was talking is interesting. I always go after Denver water, so I brought in a little snippet. The Manassas is the biggest town we have in our county, and Kness has 1,000 people in it, and all groundwater supplied. Couple wells, and in 2002, when things got really bad, they put in some watering restrictions of if you were on the south side of Main Street, you got the even days, and the north side got odd days, you know, and their pumping numbers at the end of the year went up. And so comes 2026, and the mayor came over to my office. I'm just across the street from town hall, and he says, what's the plan here? What are we going to do? It was an interesting thing to just see the human psychology. We went back and looked at their numbers, and generally people used water for 6 to 8 hours a day, water in their lawns. That seemed to be the average. When they got the restrictions, so think about that. If they're using it for 6 to 8 hours every day, they're using between 12 and 16 hours in a 48-hour period. Well, when we implemented the restrictions, at 12:01, that water turned on, and it went till about 10:30 that night. So then out of 48 hours, they were using like 20 hours worth of water. You know, just that I don't have it, so I've got to use all I can when I've got it. So this year, what they decided to do is just ask people to not water on Sundays, just leave Sundays out. And they're actually seeing some improvements. So I just thought it was an interesting thing about, it's not as simple as just telling people to quit use or these restrictions. The psychology plays in a little bit harder than we think. Our basin is the same as everyone else's. We've got the abysmal flows and the challenges. But something that's interesting is in the last couple of years, let me back up. In 1991, the Kness Water Conservancy District was buying Platoro Reservoir from the Bureau of Reclamation. And as they went through those negotiations, one of the requirements that was put to the district for purchase was a 10 CFS winter discharge as a daily requirement. The inflows typically in the winter at Platoro are between 3 and 5. And so the district, they just couldn't meet that, and they couldn't agree to it. And this, we had settled on somewhere between 5 and 7. And then in the third reading, when it comes up, the Forest Service kind of held, and I'm not trying to throw the Forest Service under the bus, I'm just telling history here. They kind of held a hard line that they would oppose the sale of the reservoir to us unless we agreed to 10. And it wasn't possible. We didn't have enough water for the first couple of years. You know, we hadn't even operated it to be able to accomplish that. Long story short, we ended up only being able to buy the operations and maintenance. The Bureau maintained safety and security, and we built this hybrid thing. But our board got a really bitter taste in their mouth about bureaucracy and agencies and quite frankly, everyone. And so it became difficult to operate in an arena where you've got to have cooperation. And here recently, we've been having a lot of success. Trout Unlimited got kind of stepped in and has helped us do a lot of work with CPW. And we've been doing a winter flow program for quite a while, which is CPW, when we can, we exchange water up into Platoro out of a Rio Grande reservoir. And then during the winter for the spawn, we release and we can hit that 10 CFS target. And we've been able to meet those targets since we started the program. It's never been an issue. And it's interesting to think back of, had we maybe set the emotion aside and the anger, could we have worked out plans earlier and owned the reservoir instead of this hybrid kind of difficult thing? Now we fast forward to 2026 when we didn't have enough water to make an allocation to our irrigators to be able to do any good. We have 88,000 irrigated acres, and the allocation would have only amounted to 6,500 acre feet, which we couldn't have done any good with that. So it's kind of like you've got a car wreck, don't order new tires. You know, this has happened to you. Let's just set back. But we also have, during the summer, our release requirement is only what inflows are. And this time of year, in a year like this, they start hitting zero. And like I've said before, I don't know a lot about fish, but I do think they like water. And so when we put that river to zero, the phone starts ringing off the hook for everybody, whether it's CPW, Forest Service, me, it's everybody. And so on a year like this, when we didn't have the water in our allocation base to do a farm to fish or any of these programs, CPW stepped up and is now sending water to our 1855 water rights. They're the only ones that are on right now on the Canais. There's 3 owners of that water right, and CPW has some wildlife operations with operators within those dish companies. So they're sending 5 CFS a day that goes down, can irrigate those lands where the wildlife hang out along the rivers and things like that. But then it's also keeping the fish flowing. So it's been an interesting turn of, it's always been the farmer's water providing for the fish, and now it's CPW stepping in with their conservation pool, and it's helping the farmers. And Jason was talking yesterday about the cooperation and the things you're seeing. It's been interesting to be involved in some of those and to be able to see the gain happen. The other thing that I was going to talk about is, I've talked to Lauren a couple times and chickened out because YouTube is forever. And so I am hesitant about, but it's a hot mic. Here we go. No Speedos and motorcycles. No, this is, so we were talking, this is kind of like Director Wind. The one, not that I've ever seen you in a Speedo or on a motorcycle. Just to clarify. I was just seeing if you were paying attention, Brad. So he's talking about maybe we need to reassess some of our agreements and our programs. And I think he's exactly right. It's for the intent, right? The intent is that we have order, we have process, but we have flexibility to survive as a state as these different events come. And as we look at climatically what we're faced with, I think we need to be very cognizant of how do we give ourselves maximum utilization of the resources we have. And so I've wondered if it wouldn't be appropriate for our board, as a board, not to rewrite policy, but to get a handle on how we want to move into the future with the resources we have. We see diminishing severance money, we see tightening budgets, and prioritizing maybe a little tighter on how we focus our money. And just for examples, but not to vilify in any way, is, conservation easements hold a really strong place of protecting that scenery and what makes Colorado, Colorado, and ensuring that those attributes are passed forward generation to generation. Right now, with the price of land, honestly, a conservation easement is in the portfolio for a payback of a young farmer and rancher. That is part of the cash flow that calculates into buying a farm and a ranch. Does it have enough attributes that I can buy this farm, get a conservation easement that will offset this huge per acre cost, and then I can continue farming because agriculture won't pay what that per acre price is. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. I'm wondering though, is that the intent of the monies and what we're doing in our tightening budgets? The in-stream flow program, I don't think anybody does better job than CWCB staff. I've said it time and time again and working in other agencies and with other agencies, and sorry, Jason and CPW, but you are second best. So this is not about staff on any level. This is about us as a board. Are we taking the appropriate role to interpret, to guide how that in-stream flow works for Colorado in the future? I don't think it can just be a catch-all and us still grow and deal with the climatic changes that this state's going to have. I think we have got to have some hard conversations like what Director Wind was talking about, and not rewrite policy, not rewrite legislation, but make sure we're all facing the same direction so that staff has a clear view of the good work they're doing and they can answer and not have the questions that we sometimes get. That was the last thing I was going to talk to you about. The best picture that you don't get to see. For the 4th of July, we went to Mount Rushmore, and that was really cool, because the fireworks ban everywhere. And we went up. I've gone to North Dakota quite a few times buying equipment and stuff, and I've always made the mistake of just going up straight up into Wyoming, Montana, and then across to North Dakota. And holy cow, on a good year, that's a terrible trip. So this time we cut across and we went over to Sterling and then up, right into the Nebraska and into the Black Hills. And it was really cool to see that country where down in those little canyons, the water's flowing and the grass and the cows and like a little snippet of normalcy. And then to see Mount Rushmore, they do a great job at the closing ceremonies. If you've been there, I would recommend you go back. And if you have done that closing ceremonies when they talk about the presidents and what they've done, Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and then Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln, and they do a little presentation that's really great. But the thing that I liked most is when they light up those faces in the dark, and everybody is sitting and every walk of life is sitting in that amphitheater, and they play the national anthem and everybody's singing. And there's a lot of people that can't sing well, but there is a feeling there that is worth experiencing. Regardless in this country of where we are, and especially in this political climate and elections and all of that, we have a great opportunity here to set our direction and kind of determine our destiny. And I just want to publicly say how grateful I am to be able to serve on this board with all of you and all of our differing opinions, but not differing personalities. And it's appreciated greatly that you put up with me and my weaknesses. And I just want to say thank you. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Fantastic punt. Thank you so much, Nathan. Any questions for Nathan? I'm sorry. The quiet part said out loud. So many questions. Yes. So if there are no questions for Nathan, Mike, representing Yampa White, Yampa Green White, Yampa White Green.
I don't need that. I was too lazy to put together a
You
slideshow.
can't.
So
I was going to take a drink.
I kind of struggled a little bit with my report today. I've been thinking about it for quite a while. And actually, to be honest with you, it's been kind of a general theme on everybody's report. It started with Brad's. So I'm not going to say a whole lot about the basin because we're in the same shape as everybody else. The Yampa River is really, really low.
and they're releasing fish recovery water, which, you know, is a good thing. The Colorado River District has been generous enough to, you know, share some of their stored water with agriculture through a grant program that the Mayville Ditch was able to pick up on part of that. And that directly affects me. And so I want to give a shout out to them because they understand agriculture. So now I'm going to jump on my soapbox or stump a little bit here. And that brings my point to an article that I read. Oh, it was several weeks ago. And so I'm going to make a few comments here and some statistics. The article stated that Colorado River experts say agriculture must make permanent cuts. That is a very broad statement. Permanent scares the tar out of me. And to be honest with you, there's a lot of Colorado River experts that I think would totally disagree with that statement. But the article did exactly what it was wrote for. It brought emotion to it. You know, when I first read it, I was mad. And then I got sad because there is a little bit of truth to this. And it's something that we've talked about for the last 2 days. Actually, we've talked about for the last 20 years that I've been in water. But at any rate, I want to, the sad part that came along was at some point I'm going to have a grandchild or a great grandchild that will wake up in the morning and stagger out of bed, go to the kitchen table for breakfast and won't have whole milk or cow's milk to pour on her cereal. For lunch, she won't enjoy a hamburger. She will not enjoy sweet corn from Olathe. Maybe a peach cobbler with Palisade peaches that won't be there. How about a Rocky Ford cantaloupe? Or maybe a Coors beer that was grown with barley from Colorado. All of that is going to disappear. And it makes me very sad. We are the people that are going to make these decisions for that generation. So articles like that, you know, like I said, it made me mad. But it's noise is what it is. Like I said, it was wrote to sell papers and it's noise. And the conversation that we've had with directors' reports, you know, everybody is doing their part. City of Denver is doing their part. Agriculture is doing their part. Some statistics. So back to the word permanent. Some statistics to show you is it's already happening at an alarming rate. So Colorado has lost over 2.89 million acres since 1992. That's 690 acres every day that agriculture loses to three things: urban sprawl, rural subdivisions, and water sales. So before we know it, we're not going to have those Palisade peaches and Olathe corn. It's quickly coming upon us. So that scares me. The other thing that agriculture is also the second largest economic driver that brings in $47 billion per year. So we'll lose that. This is what is not said, is the beef industry has decreased its water consumption 38% between the years 1991 and 2019. That's 275 gallons per pound that the industry has actually reduced its water usage. We're willing to sit at the table, and we have. Then that's what we need to do. We need to do, just like Nathan was saying, is sit down and have these conversations with people from the municipalities and industries and just figure this out, because we do have a problem. But don't throw one industry under the bus. Let's work together, continue to work together, and keep the noise and the emotion out of our head. So I'm off my soapbox, but And I'm done with my report. Thank you.
It's a good soapbox. Any questions from Mike? Comments? Well, I'll say thank you. And I'll turn off your. Thank you. Following that, Taylor for Colorado. We're gonna.
Madam Chair, you asked me to let you know when Sonia arrives. She's here now. This is the lady who did that tour for you yesterday.
You missed a horrendous. We all learned a lot and had a wonderful time, so thank you for that. And thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. And thanks again to John and to Sonia and to your whole team. It was a wonderful day, wonderful evening. I will say it was a little life-changing. I will probably always order Bast cheesecake for the rest of my life after last night, which I didn't know I was missing Bast cheesecake. So it was a wonderful evening. So I wanted to maybe go to the next. Oh, I have this clicker. Never mind. I won't talk about this for just a second, but you know, I figured everyone would be showing drought monitor pictures, and so I didn't put a drought monitor picture up. But I thought I would show some of the reservoirs around the western slope and where they are. But one of the things that I did look at the drought monitor again this morning, and I think I said this back in March, where all droughts are not created equal, where you just, and this drought, the worst, most intense drought has been sitting over the headwaters of the Colorado River, which impacts the Front Range, but it's also now creeping out into the Arkansas and into the Rio Grande. And it's been hard to watch because there's just been no movement on that. It's just getting bigger. It's not shrinking. But hopefully these new, this moisture we're starting to see will start to improve the situation. So I just thought it might be, again, I was trying to think about what I could add to the conversation and thought it would be helpful to put up some of these reservoirs. And of course, I have nothing to do with managing any of these reservoirs. So they're all of your reservoirs. And I did round up some numbers and round down some numbers, but you can just kind of see where we're sitting and just going into this year, and the monsoons will help. They'll help reduce demand, but they won't build these storage back up. And so I just think we're all still kind of holding our breath to get through this year. And I wanted to spend most of the time talking I think I've said this before, like I always reach out to constituents in our basin to find out, what's happening, what's top of mind for them. And I got so much information this time. I got, pages of things I could talk about, but I'm going to try to tell the story a little bit about kind of how we're all connected, how, at least in the main stem from top to bottom, and how kind of things that are happening up in the headwaters are impacting folks in the Grand Valley. So here is just a couple pictures from my backyard. So the one on the left is Green Mountain. You can, I promised Scott I would show the Green Mountain picture. It basically looks like a river going through the valley there. And the picture on the right is Dillon Reservoir from the marina. And what you can't really see very well, maybe in the back you can see, those are the slips that are normally, where the boats are. And that's really kind of a puddle right there in between me and the slips of where I'm taking the picture. So you can just see this is kind of people living in these mountain communities with big reservoirs like Blue Mesa and others. You just have that daily reminder of how low reservoirs are, and just what, and the fact that the streams don't have the water as well. One other thing I wanted to show, and then I'll go back, is before I talk about kind of the Green Mountain, Grand Valley dynamic, I also wanted to point out the Snyder Fire, and I know it is contained now, but it is right on the border of Utah, Colorado. It is, I think it's about 30,000 acres ultimately. It is contained, but you can see it just comes right up to the Colorado River, and I think Director Ward referenced this as well. We're going to have those impacts. Once we start seeing monsoonal storms and thunderstorms, the impact to water quality. You can kind of see that's a watershed. It was most of Glade Park that burned. It burned some of the camps. So there's going to be impact to recreation, but also to water quality. So this year, I think, is going to have a lot of lessons for us. And I hope to echo some of the others that have talked about what can we learn from this year and how can we improve. Okay, but I'm going to I'll just leave this picture up, go back to some of the things going on with Green Mountain. Director Ullman talked about the HUP the HUP pool. When we all met back in May, we were looking for ways to try to bolster that pool. And it was at that point, we thought maybe only going to be 13,000 acre feet out of 66,000 acre feet, which has huge ramifications. And I'm familiar with I've been involved with HUP issues for a long time, but never kind of realized how many communities were going to be impacted because they're providing coverage for some of those out of priority diversions. And so I was really impressed with the efforts of the River District, of the Grand Valley, to try to find some ways to offset that, to build that pool up. And we were able to get to about 44,000 acre feet out of 66. So still not 100%, but much, much better, hopefully giving producers in the upper basin to the ability to get at least one cutting. And then also to kind of help the Grand Valley water users to get through kind of making those early decisions and having some confidence that they will be able to have crops. I did hear from Luke Gingrich, all the Lukes, who talked about some of the decisions that the Grand Valley folks made early on to try to get through this year, planting the Sudan grasses rather than corn, trying to just make those early decisions that would get them through. Peaches this year, I think this is an interesting thing. The peach crop is 2 to 3 weeks early. That's incredible, right? So buy your peaches early is what Luke told me, because we may not get those late season peaches that we've been lucky enough to have. I think there's real concern in the vineyard industry. Will they, they're more of a crop that gets later water. And so will they have enough to get through this year? But everyone on the Western Slopes seemed to really pull together to try to kind of eke through this year and work together to find those ways to make sure everybody had at least what they needed. The other thing I wanted to mention about Green Mountain so Green Mountain is a real workhorse, as I'm sure Director Nguyen knows. But this year, because it is so low, it's been providing a lot of those flows to the Grand Valley. It is also in territory it has been in before, but we're seeing some impacts such as the Green Mountain slide. So there's a Heaney slide. The reservoir, when it's full, kind of holds the mountain up a bit. And so when it gets really, really low, the hillside starts to kind of slough a little bit. And there are protocols for how to keep us out of that, keep it from dropping too fast. And we're in those protocols now. But I heard from our water commissioner and from our county commissioner that there are water users who have no water right now. At least a dozen water users who have we're not exactly sure were the wells sheared because of the movement or because of just the reservoir, the water table's dropped and therefore the wells are left dry. Again, this is something that I hope after this year, we'll look at more comprehensively and not just wait for this to happen again, but to find some solutions for this community, because these are people who are retirees. They can't drill a new well every time this happens. And so they do need some more permanent solutions, which made me think about the Drought Task Force and what is the role of, what can the state do? I think, Director Sakata's question of what can we do better? And one of the things I kept thinking about was the Drought Task Force is a really important group of agencies, but could we take a more proactive role? Could you have almost like an expediter within that group that is a central point of helping communities, helping individuals figure out who to go to, because you don't often know. I mean, if you're a community, a small town, a rural ag producer, you don't know who to call when something like this goes kind of off the rails. And so I just think there's some things, maybe there's an after action thing we can do this fall of, could you create kind of an expediter role? When the drought task force gets created, can you have staff that are maybe on point for that year to help field the calls, help figure out what resources are available, and perhaps even some emergency funding that can help communities, kind of small amounts of funding, not huge grants, but just those emergency grants that can be available for different communities to just get through this. But I am encouraged by the cooperation and the adaptation. And I think, what is that old saying? Necessity is the mother of invention. We will figure this out. But I think there were some really hopeful examples in this really terrible year. So I just hope we can kind of continue to learn and adapt from what we're seeing this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Any questions for Director Hawes?
I just want to, again, I guess, highlight the situation that Director Hawes was talking about. And the cooperation, I think, wasn't limited to just to a small group of people. It was pretty much everybody involved, including Denver Water and Northern Water, additional releases from Williams Fork that have helped, changes to what's being diverted. That is what allowed that AGP pool to reach 44,000 acre feet. And there continues to be cooperation. We were thinking that the HEP beneficiaries would be called out yesterday, but because of some additional cooperation, we're looking at maybe another couple of weeks. So I think people, when they realize the impacts, act. We talk a lot about everybody just acts in their own best interest. And I think that's not always the case. I think the water community is full of people and entities that are acting not just in their own best interest, but in the interest of the community. So I guess I just want to highlight that. So thanks to everybody for all their cooperation during this year.
If I could just thank you for that. It's absolutely true. This is a complete statewide effort but I guess that's my point, is it's all interconnected. And so everybody did their part to make this work. And it's all about relationships at the end of the day. Can you call up somebody and figure out how to make it work? So thank you for pointing that out.
And I just shout out to my to the new division engineer, Tyler, who came, and his assistant division engineer, Christina, who came in probably the worst year to start as division and assistant division engineer ever, and have done an amazing job managing the communication, the dealing with all of the difficult issues, terms like the Heaney slide settlement and things that haven't come up in the past. So hopefully he's listening. Anyway.
And they're developing all those relationships that will carry forward for years,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Any other questions, comments for Taylor? If not, moving on to.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to start off again thanking John and the Gunnison Basin for hosting us and providing a wonderful meal and a wonderful tour. It was really, I had a great time. So thank you so very much. If anybody knows Steve Wolf from the Executive Director for the Southwest Conservation District, he is retired. And we have a new general manager, Andrew Staubhicke. Andrew, I'm very happy that he has this position. I didn't know that, I was grateful when I saw the announcement because he used to work for the Southern Ute Tribe. And so I'm glad to see him in this position, and I wish him the very best. The district also has a position vacant for the PEPO director. So if anybody's interested, we need somebody in that position. I want to thank Elaine Chick for the wonderful job that she did while she was in that position. Now, I guess another good news before I move on to the dreary, dry stuff is I'm gonna put a plug in for the Southern Ute Tribe. We are hosting our annual Southern Ute Fair, second weekend of September. So anybody's interested in coming down, we have a big parade Saturday morning, lasts a couple of hours maybe. And then gore dancing, powwows, all sorts of events all weekend. So if you're looking for a good time, come and join us during that time. And just so you know, like the parade lasts a long time because our powwow is on a point system. So if all the dancers, they have to get as many points if there's a tie that they use that. So they have to be in the parade as a part of the requirement. So, and they all are in their regalia for the parade. And so it's a wonderful event to see if you've never seen it before. Just my basin has been just like everybody else's, very, very dry. Fires, we're dealing with a couple of fires as well. The smoke is probably the worst that we're dealing with. We're getting smoke from the Babylon fire in Utah, of course, the Ferris fire. We see the smoke coming in from Uray towards the evening. So we're getting smoke from all three fires in our area. Again, it makes really great sunsets and sunrises, but it's not helping our air quality in our area. So just dealing with that. We have a lot of cool mornings, really hot afternoons now. Very, very strange times for us. We're getting a lot of rain, which is hopefully going to be helping in some of those, but we've been so dry, it doesn't seem like it's rained after that. So hopefully those conditions can change. Low, very low stream flow in a lot of our rivers. In some portions, there is no stream flow. It's just pools of water, which is really sad to see that we're at this state, but it's no different than what's happening around the rest of the state. And so I don't have a lot to report on because not a whole lot's changed. It's just gotten drier. And I'm hoping by my next report, I can report something that's more happier and but other than that, it's same as everybody else's, but that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelei. Any questions?
Yeah, Director Cloud, you forgot to mention you graduated.
Oh.
That
Yes.
is awesome.
Thank you.
That's really cool.
Anybody else?
Oh, I didn't graduate from high school, I graduated from college.
Oh, wow. Yeah, moving on to North Platte, I gave myself the grace of going last. If you could pull up my slides, I'd appreciate it. And the clicker, great. The front screens are not working? Okay, thank you. And while the slides are coming up, I want to add my thanks again to John and Sonia. It's been a wonderful time here, and maybe we can have our next meeting here.
Then I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, right. In addition, I want to really thank CWCB and other contributors to the drought tour. For me, it was an incredible learning experience, not particularly about the fact we're short of snow and water, but understanding the radius of the impact zone. And you added something for me today, Greg, in terms of the utilities, of course, having less revenue to deal with in this challenging time. But as we sat and listened to the mayor of Winter Park and hearing not only is their tax revenue lower by 30 or 40%, but the requests for assistance in housing, in food, in utilities, in mental health, Robert, up maybe 30 or 40%. The failure to be able to give seasonal workers enough hours to be able to make ends meet. The impact zone of this drought is enormous. And of course, in the outdoor recreation, both skiing and rafting, we heard about that as well. So I want to turn again. I know this often happens. People turn to Robert to say thank you. And I'm doing that now for being such a strong leader regarding mental health, because it may be a tough sell in the ag community. I think it's a tough sell for many of us. Asking for help is not comfortable. So thank you for that leadership. Next slide. First, I just wanted to show you some pictures of North Platte Basin. This is looking west. This is, yes, we do have some production, enough water that a number of the producers are able to make their, we only get one cut. It's early this year because of the drought and the hot weather. But we are able to put up quite a bit of hay this year. The drought bad news, next slide, in terms of the snow water equivalent. You can see the North Platte is probably a little better than some other basins in that that black 2026 line did penetrate above the 2002, but not for very long. Next slide, please. And this is the cumulative precipitation. So you can see with the May storms, including the one that took the gutter off my house because of the snow load. We did get some more precipitation late spring, early summer, but the flows are really declining quickly and will definitely fall below 2002. Next slide, please. And this is the average temperatures. This is daily average, not the high, but you can see often popping up above the historic highs in the basin. A couple days ago, really unusual, it was 86 at my house, and that doesn't sound very hot for people who are at lower elevations, but at over 8,300 feet, that's pretty warm. Next slide, please. And just showing that there is actually hay being baled. While we're looking at this encouraging image, I want to go back to what we've heard from a number of the directors in their reports, and that is we are challenged to make every drop work harder than it's ever worked. And I tend to be an optimistic person, but I look at the forecast for higher temperatures in 2027 than we've experienced in 2026, and the uncertainty of whether the El Nino is going to deliver any more snow than we had last year means that the challenge that others of you around this table have put forward, how do we come together and figure out creative solutions, not to make permanent cuts, but to find cooperative agreements. I'm really, really encouraged by the kind of cooperation that you're reporting, and we saw on the drought tour where the Boucher family reported their neighbor had intentionally curtailed their hay meadow irrigation to allow the reservoir to fill for the town of Kremling. You know, when we're in this situation where municipalities are at risk of not being able to send water through their pipes, I obviously want to keep water in the river for the fish, but it's getting really, really challenging. So I just want to end on this positive note. Anybody who reads about human psychology understands that the old view of, you know, we have a short, brutish life and that zero-sum game, it turns out altruism is the root of our behavior under stress. And that's what we're seeing in the reports that we've heard around this table about cooperation and we heard about on the drought tour. So just encourage all of us to keep that open, positive view of what humans can do coming together under stress and do the best we can with what nature gives. And with that, I hope that doesn't sound too saccharine for everybody, because I really do believe altruism is our nature. And so let's lean into that. So thank you. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, we're going to move on to a morning break. Excuse me, Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for those kind comments. I really appreciate that. As I was sitting here, and this is my 15 years of water quality control experience, We're not hearing much about water quality issues. We've heard a little bit about aquatic life concerns, of course, from Director Montgomery. But I'm wondering if it wouldn't be of interest to get a presentation on what impacts are being felt from the water quality community this year, because it's interrelated. I mean, we're focused on water quantity, but there's definitely issues that we're facing in the quality side as well.
Couldn't agree more. And during the tour, listening to the geologist at Rumble was really interesting in that they're trying to really quantify how much of the surface flow comes from groundwater and the differences in quality between surface and ground. Very location specific, obviously, but definitely of interest, not only for irrigators and the cows that are drinking the water, but the municipal treatment plants, knowing what has to be removed in order to make it safe and healthy for human use, are definitely all angles. When we go back to the Cameron Peak fire and the East Troublesome fire, that year, my county, my basin was surrounded by fire. And we don't talk about the Mullen fire. It came raging down the North Platte riparian corridor from Wyoming at 7 miles an hour and pushed me out of my house for 10 days. That's a minor inconvenience. No structures were lost, no life was lost, but it totally ravaged that riparian corridor. And the water quality impacts to this gold medal fishery in Colorado and blue ribbon fishery in Wyoming were really significant. So not only impacts to municipal water treatment plants, but the recovery of the fish and the macrovertebrates, et cetera, that feed those fish is a real challenge with those erosion events. Yeah. Anyway, any more comments, questions? So help me out here. We are a little early, 9:55. If we could come back at 10:10, that would be great. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of damage up there. I went into town for breakfast.
Like
I think we're ready to go now.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Viola. And one of the things I failed to say when I had an opportunity to give my report is a huge thanks to the staff who make this happen, not only in terms of logistics, but also preparing all the presentations we see and the information we get. So a big shout out to the staff. With that, we're ready to move into item 12, Diversion Measurement Program. Brian McPherson, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Brian McPherson, Senior Colorado River Technical Specialist in the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section, CWCB staff. Today, I'll be presenting on the CWCB's Diversion Measurement Installation Program, or DMIP. This is an informational item only. In 2024, the Bureau of Reclamation, acting through the Upper Colorado River Commission, authorized $7 million from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, for improved diversion measurement in Colorado. This is part of a total of $50 million allocated to the Upper Basin to build infrastructure to implement the 2019 drought contingency plans. At the same time, DWR is implementing rulemaking on the west slope of Colorado, mandating diversion measurement. The status of that rulemaking varies by water division, from being complete in Division 6, the Yampa White Basin, and Division 7, the San Juan Dolores Basin, to still being developed in Division 4, the Gunnison Basin, and Division 5, the Colorado Main Stem Basin. Funds for the DMIP program are available through 2029 and cover the materials and installation of a diversion measurement structure, such as a flume, weir, or meter, with no match requirement. This funding is only available for water users in the Colorado River Basin and its tributaries. We have earmarked 25% of the funding to each of Divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. In the fall of 2025, we opened applications to Divisions 6 and 7 and used criteria to score those applications. The CWCB is administering the program with assistance and review from DWR, and we have hired the Glenwood Springs-based contractor SGM for assistance as well. Prior to the start of the program, we performed a needs assessment with DWR and found that there are 2,802 active diversions on the west slope greater than 1 CFS without measurement that meets DWR's measurement rule criteria. Most of these structures are small, with 65% of them less than 3 CFS, with diversion measurements currently estimated by DWR water commissioners when they make irregular site visits. Here we see a lineup of flumes that are flooded, rusty, bent, or look like they've been run over with a tractor that we will be replacing in the first round of the DMIP program this year. The DMIP program started in earnest last fall with the hiring of our contractor SGM in round 1 basin information meetings in Divisions 6 and 7. Applications were accepted and evaluated over the winter. Since this is using federal funds, a NEPA process is required for each project, and that process is ongoing, which I'll talk about in a few slides. Design and site visits are also ongoing, with installations expected later this summer and fall. This fall and winter, we'll start round 2 in Divisions 4 and 5, which will mirror the round 1 timeline. We were pleased to receive 190 total applications in Divisions 6 and 7. Of those, we selected 66 applications in Division 6, the Yampa White Basin, and 60 applications in Division 7, the San Juan Dolores Basin. Of those, 13 are on federal land and 3 are on tribal land, which require extra coordination and NEPA processes. The applications in Division 6 span the Yampa, Elk, and White Rivers with good representation around the basin, which you can see, kind of hard to see, but with the yellow pins where we received applications. And similarly, the applications in Division 7 span the Upper Dolores, Mancos, La Plata, Pine, Piedra, Navajo, and San Juan. As mentioned, the distribution of federal funding initiates a NEPA process for these projects. Colorado has submitted documentation for all 126 of our round 1 projects and have received 82 categorical exclusions for prefabricated devices on private lands. We are awaiting approval for projects on federal land as well as approval for custom structures, but foresee no issues with the environmental permitting. Along with our consultant, SGM, we will be utilizing measurement device manufacturers and vendors and subcontractors to install devices. We have released our first bid package for devices and have received multiple responses. SGM has completed 70+ designs and continues to perform site visits. Installations are expected to be completed by fall of this year. Here you can see an example design spec sheet for one of our projects. With round one progressing into the hands of subcontractors, the CWCB has started preparations for round two in divisions 4 and 5. Our website has a statement of interest form that allows water users to receive updates, and we already have about 20 forms from divisions 4 and 5. Like in round one, we will hold in-person meetings to present information and answer questions from water users. We're tentatively targeting to be back here in Gunnison as well as in Glenwood Springs for those meetings. Finally, we will increase outreach through flyers, DWR, and conferences in the new divisions and hope to see as healthy of an application pool as we saw in round one. As always, the best place to get information about DMIP is on our website at cwcb.colorado.gov/diversion measurement. Both water users and subcontractors have used this site to get information and fill out the required applications. With that, I'll take questions. If anybody has any.
Any questions for Brad? Taylor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update. So
Yep.
2 questions. One, so you had 190 applications, but 126 accepted. Can you tell us why the other 64 weren't accepted? Was it money? Was it they just didn't need it?
There was kind of a divide. Some were ineligible for various reasons. Either they already had a structure that met DWR requirements. They may not have actually been in Division 6 and 7. There were various reasons that they were ineligible. And then we also did have criteria ranking. You know, a lot of it was based on DWR prioritization of administration. And we did have to cut to get down to our 25% earmark. So there were some that were eligible but scored the lowest and were rejected on that grounds. But we have said that depending on how Division 4 and 5 goes, we could end up looping back around in the future potentially if we have more funds after Divisions 4 and 5, because we're trying to be conservative, a little bit conservative right now.
So on follow-up on that, for those that were eligible but didn't have money, is there an expectation that they will still have to do it even if there's not money for them?
Yes, they're still subject to DWR rulemaking, and they will still be required to, per DWR, to.
So there may be some frustration that some got theirs paid for and some didn't, but we can, I guess, cross that bridge when we come to it. The other question I had was related to public meetings. Will you make those available by Zoom as well?
Yes, we made the first 2 in 6 and 7 available on Zoom as well, and we had significant virtual participation, and so they were hybrid meetings.
Okay,
I should maybe call them hybrid.
Yeah. Okay.
Director McLeod? Anybody else?
I was just gonna, one, say thank you to Brian, Anna, and his team for putting this program together. I think it is a huge benefit to have some funding available. While I understand the question, we thought about that and heard the frustration that, you know, maybe it doesn't fund all of them. That also applies to the ones that were already in compliance, right? So there were people that had already installed measuring devices at their own expense, maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So the unfortunate reality is there's not enough funding for all of them. So it's nice to have some funding though to help get more widespread compliance. So just thank you for your working with our staff, and I think it's been a good program.
Yeah, maybe to follow up on that. So I understand there may not be enough money, but could there be additional support to help landowners make sure they're getting the right thing? Because I think that's part of it, is a lot of these are smaller diversions. And so people maybe aren't as knowledgeable about what they need. And so I just, again, maybe there's some staffing support that could come for those who don't get actual funding.
I mean, I think that already happens. Our water commissioners are the ones they speak to. And so the water commissioners can provide them with we have partial flume handbooks, how to install them, that kind of stuff. So, our staff are dealing with the water users on a daily basis, and if asked, they will definitely offer suggestions on what they should put in. So, and I guess if we're dealing with them in the context of implementation of rules, we are obviously telling them or suggesting and trying to help them figure out what to put in.
Yeah, and I'd just like to echo the thanks back to you, Director Ullman,
Yeah.
for DWR's staff has been great partners and our sort of boots on the ground help. So appreciate that.
Any other questions for Brian? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 13, financial matters. Kirk?
Good morning, members of the board. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Before I jump into the financial report, I wanted to talk a little bit about the tour that we got to take yesterday afternoon and evening. It is always good to have an opportunity to interact with the board and putting boots on the ground in areas that we're maybe not our day job as staff members don't take us to. So all of that was awesome. And you learn something every time you take a trip like that. And I want to share the biggest piece I learned. Director McLeod was the driver of our vehicle, and Kirk rode in the passenger seat, which doesn't ever happen. I always drive. My staff knows that Kirk drives. So some of those curves, gravel, maybe some mud roads that we took. I did take a look down this cliff, and what I learned is all of those trips that I took with my significant other and maybe some kids that rode in that seat that I was in yesterday, and I did that shake of, that's not funny. That's not funny. And now I realize I was a jerk. And not that Director McLeod did that, but I realized that that's not cool. So that was the lesson learned.
So now you've earned your badge as the backseat driver.
All right, into the financials.
He did keep telling me to keep both hands on the wheel when we were going up to RMBL.
All right, the financial report. So the July financial report is somewhat odd because we're ending the fiscal year, starting the new one. We're still in a lot of transitional stuff. The accountants are tallying stuff up last minute, working hard. It's really tough on those folks, and I appreciate their efforts. But as I present to you 3 weeks after we close the books, there's still a lot of, I say close the books, there's still a lot of stuff coming in and going out. But the good part about this report is there's no fires or floods in my report. So this is, or drought, it's all good. So the report is a summary of last fiscal year. In September, I'll give you the first one of the next fiscal year, and we'll have a pretty good look forward. So not a lot of details in there that are of interest or need, and you should have received the report in your inbox this morning. It was going to be put up on the screen, Viola. Could you splash this? Thank you. Okay, so the ones that I didn't really want to highlight, but I put it in gray on the screen, and that is down in the lower right corner. And so as the year goes on, we project how much the projects bill and the auto refreshes. So there are statutory items that we don't control, and they refresh. And so whatever we spend, the impact to the program, the construction fund, is then reduced by however much we spent last year. And all those details are still coming in, so I don't have solid numbers on that. Same thing with our operations. Those are going through final closeout, so I won't know what the impact to the construction fund is until September. And then that last item, that projects bill 19.9 million, that would be the projects bill that was approved and assigned by the governor a month or so ago. That actually doesn't need to be gray. That's a pretty solid number, but that is now the impact going forward in this current fiscal year. And so all that stuff will shift in September. But no big surprises. We did about $6 million in loans out of the construction fund. If you shift to severance tax, if anything resembling a drought, it would be the severance tax revenue that we are still chasing some details on. In the memo that I provide to you, I give you a high level, what the original projection was at the start of the fiscal year, what the current projection is for the three items: interest, FML, and severance tax. I provide that and then show you where we are currently. I think the original projection back when we started fiscal year 25-26, the one that we just finished up, I think the projection was 28 million. We saw very little revenue, and I think I shared with the board that we hadn't seen a dollar from about September into maybe February. And then we got a big chunk of money, and then, and I use the word clawback on that line 4. I don't know if that's a technical term, but we had a significant amount of the money come back out of the account. I think our current receipts right now is about 9 million. I think that we were under the impression it might be as little as 0, if not negative. So we'll see where that lands. But I guess my summary of severance taxes, they told us 28 million. We saw some transitions over the course of the year in projections. And right now, I'm not sure if we'll be 0 or 10, somewhere in that range. The beauty of the program that the loan program utilizes, we take what we get, we invest it and turn it into that steady return. And it's a great model for something so volatile, as opposed to depending on it for operational activities and the like. So of that, the only other highlight I've got on that, other than the red line at or the red numbers at the very bottom, I'm sorry, shift to page 2. Thank you. The red is the number that I've been talking about. We have oversubscribed about 130 some million. And a lot of that are 3 items, 3 loans that we have made that are into the future quite a ways. None of them have been contracted. So all we're doing is kind of watching to see when that money might be needed, when we need to get a contract signed. And those 3 large items are the Ark Valley Conduit, a $90 million loan, the Fort Collins loan that was just in the projects bill of 150, which is going through some NEPA processes right now. And I think there's some updates that'll happen here in the next month. And then the loan to Northern, the $100 million loan to Northern, and the NISP project and Glade Reservoirs progress, which Director Wind, I'm sure would probably have a better idea than even I, but I know things are moving forward there, and we'll start learning more about when the CWCB's money will be needed for those loans, and would then start impacting this. So what I provide is the latest and greatest, and my assurance to you all is we're in good shape, even though it's that negative 136 million. And it gets better as time goes on, as the years that we project out. So the last page is the one that I would share with this board as a look forward to September. So that first green box at the top is the fiscal year that we are now in. And so I consolidate all that, keep it fairly simple. I show that we've got about $50 million in estimated loans, which is kind of my typical statement. The history that we've done in loans, how much comes in principal and interest, which is obviously pretty solid. We have not heard much about troubles with borrowers repaying their loans, but with the drought, some of that difficulty may surface over the course of this year. And then the other revenues and expenses that we project just on an annual basis. So you can see in those yellow highlighted boxes, things start to get closer to 0, and things will change. So I'll constantly keep the board up to date as I do in these presentations. And then you can see the out years, I do the same thing. I take the best information I have and continue to look forward. So happy to take any questions at this point.
Any questions for Kirk?
I'll throw him a bone. This is more of a statement. All the finance guys I know, when they start talking, everybody's eyes glaze over and everything else, and you don't do that to us, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad to hear it. It's because I'm an engineer. I mean, that's the.
Thank you, Kirk. Are you getting thrown under the bus, Jason? Oh dear. Yeah, maybe I'm the wrong kind of engineer. Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
So moving on to change an existing loan, Bear River Reservoir Company. Josh?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank
We
you.
can't see you, but we can hear you.
I see. Apologize for that. Good morning, folks. I'm Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff with the finance section. I appreciate being able to present remotely. I'm at the tail end of an illness. I promise I'd much rather be there with you. This is agenda item 14A, water project loan increase request for the rehabilitation of Stillwater Dam for the Bear River Reservoir Company in Garfield County within the Yampa River Basin. Next slide, please. The company wishes to increase their total loan authorization from $202,000 to $404,000. The terms will remain 30 years at a 1.85% interest rate. My contact in preparing this board memo and presentation was Andy Schaffner, company shareholder. Next slide, please. As you recall, Stillwater Reservoir is owned and operated by the Bear River Reservoir Company and is located about 16 miles from Yampa, Colorado, at the headwaters of the Bear River. And the reservoir is currently under storage restriction and is allowed to store up to 4,146 acre-feet of water out of its 6,088 acre-feet capacity, or around 68%. In March of this year, the company received authorization from this board for $202,000 loan to use with their other funds that they had received to construct a blanket drain and filter collar to control seepage through and around the dam, as well as stabilize the downstream channel. Next slide. The company sent out requests for bid in April and received the bids in early May, all of which came back significantly higher than expected. This was in part due to the increase in fuel costs that occurred between the time of loan approval in March and when the bids came back in May. Because of this, the company is requesting an increase to the loan, as well as will be performing some of the less technical work themselves that is not a condition of the storage restriction. That is to say, the stabilization of the downstream channel and removal of the culvert. This is an image I took a few weeks ago. Images or inflows to Stillwater Reservoir have been the lowest this year in memory. While this is not ideal, it does improve on working conditions for construction since there's less water and saturation to contend with. And the project's notice to proceed with construction is set for August 1st, so for about 2 weeks from now. Next slide, please. Here are the project financials. The new project cost is estimated to be $892,000, of which the loan will cover $400,000. The rest is being covered by several grants, including 2 WRSRFs for different parts of the project. The blended interest rate for the borrower would be 2.35% under normal circumstances, but because this reservoir is under a storage restriction, we reduced the rate by 0.5%, resulting in the 1.85%. The borrower's financial ratios remain typical, and the security for this loan will remain a pledge of revenues and the project itself. Next slide, please. Lastly, here is a staff recommendation as it's stated on the front page of your board memo, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, and I do believe Andy Schafter is on as well.
Any questions for Josh? I have a question. We're doubling the loan. There has been an increase in the estimate of cost. Is there any breakdown? You mentioned fuel. I doubt that doubled the cost.
It didn't double the cost of the project. It doubled the cost of the loan. So the project was $692,000. It increased to about $892,000. It's $200,000, which we account for loan. And they did decrease some of the cost of the project by doing some self-performance themselves. So like in that stabilization, there's a memo, and the memo has a cost breakdown of it mostly was obviously under the construction portion. As far as specific items outside of fuel, I did pose that question, and the engineer came back with, well, aside from fuel, these things happen. Um,
Any more specific than these things happen?
Unfortunately, I didn't have any, but I can follow up again and see if I can get something more specific for you.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to figure out whether it was just a severe underestimate to begin with, or, a surprise to them, or actually an increase from the suppliers that they had already engaged.
Again, I will follow up again with them and see if I can get something more concrete or corner them a little bit better.
Okay.
My guess is it's a lot of stuff has increased, and I think some of the estimates may have come in even before the turn of the year.
Yeah. So you have someone on the line who might be able to answer?
I believe Andy Schaffner is on as well.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I guess all I can say is that the construction cost estimates we got from our engineering firm, and the latest estimate was in about May of 2025, prior to us actually receiving the bids. The bids just came in. It was a big surprise to us, and I'm sure there are a lot of factors. Certainly one of them is the fuel cost, but again, I think when you rely on an engineering firm to give your construction costs, they consult the construction companies, but it was apparently it happens, I guess, is really the only explanation I got. But they were surprised at the costs also.
I'm sure you were surprised. Well, thank you. Thank you for trying to answer my question. I appreciate it.
If you'd like something more specific, I can quiz the engineering firm again. But anyway, I just want to say thank you very much, all of you, for your consideration.
Of course. Anybody else questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Well,
So moved.
I have a
Oh,
question
go
real
ahead.
quick. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So why would we go ahead for approval if we don't have the answers to the breakdown?
Nathan?
So for me, I guess, I think the difference is they had an engineering firm give them what they thought the cost would be.
Mm-hmm.
Once they got approved, then they got a construction company to give them what the actual cost was gonna be. And that was the $200,000 difference. So it could have been just a difference on every line item, a little higher, plus fuel costs. So it was, they proceeded, it looks to me, and Josh, please correct me, it looks to me like they proceeded forward to get this project funding based on an engineered estimated cost. And then when they got the actual contractor's estimated cost, that was the difference of who gave the bid that they came here for. And then for me, because it's the loan they're increasing, not the grant, they're taking full responsibility for the increase.
Okay,
So
that makes sense. Thank you.
to me, it's a non-issue if they're gonna do that.
And the time difference between when they receive the engineering estimate versus the actual bid is of significance as well. So I appreciate your attempt to answer my questions, just trying to exercise our fiduciary responsibility here on the board and make sure we're making reasonable decisions.
Absolutely.
So I have a motion from Mike.
Yeah, my motion still stands.
Yeah, do I have a second? Brad Wind. Any more discussion? Questions? Seeing none, all in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So moving on to item 14, change to an item 15, sorry. Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program. Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff. Today, I'm going to be giving you an update on the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program. I know what you're thinking, talking about snow in July, what on earth is going on? Two reasons that we're doing that today. Number one, it has been super hot at my house, and thinking about snow makes that pain a little bit more bearable. But more importantly, we are now a year into CWCB's brand new water supply measurement and forecasting program. CASM itself now falls under this lovely little umbrella, so I wanted to update you all on how that's been now that we've officially taken this on. And before I move on, just wanted to remind you all of the 3 points of our new program. First and foremost, collect and disseminate data on snowpack levels. Second one is investigate the latest technological advances in snowpack measurement and water supply forecasting. Finally, collect other data that the board determines will assist us in those endeavors, as well as flood hazard mapping. I'm going to focus primarily on that first bullet point, but near the end, I'm going to talk to what we're doing to those second two. Now, how do we collect snow in Colorado? This is no surprise to any of you on this board. The two backbones of snow data in Colorado are the NRCS SnowTel stations and the snow courses. Those aren't going anywhere. Those are the ground truth. That's how we actually know what's happening on the ground. And if you look on the lower right of that slide, you'll see the legend himself, Andrew Rickert, verifying there was 0 snow during our May snow course. What's the third way we measure snow in Colorado? That's what I'm going to focus on today, and that is through airborne snow observatories. We have been shooting lasers from airplanes since 2014 to try and figure out exactly how deep that snow is and where the water content is sitting throughout the basins. It originally started in the upper Rio Grande and the Conejos basins, and then in 2015 and 2016, we moved into East and Taylor River basins here in the Gunnison. So today I thought it'd be prudent to talk to you about what's happening in the Gunnison. Now, before I get there, also wanted to remind folks, this is a stakeholder-driven effort. Just because this is now under CWCB's umbrella of the Water Supply Forecasting Program does not mean we're doing away with that. The folks you see on this slide are really still running the show. This would not happen without all of these water districts participating, without our 100+ work group of stakeholders that come together every year, tell us what they need, and especially not without our flight coordination committee. We can fund these flights, we can figure out where they're going to go, but the timing of those flights is incredibly crucial. And I'm not going to know when those need to happen more than someone like Sonia Chavez. So having folks who are actually out there on the ground telling us we need the data now, we're able to try our best to get that information when they need it and where they need it. So just wanted to point that out. This is still stakeholder driven and it will be moving forward. So where did we fly this year? We had a grand total of 18 snow-on flights for $4.2 million. In CWCB projects bill, we invested 1.9. So Kirk, if you're listening, we doubled our money in this program. Stakeholders are very interested. They're bringing in matching funds. So are federal agencies. This has been a huge effort. We have over 30 funding partners within the program this year. Something else really cool that occurred this year out of the drought conditions was in the Rio Grande. Instead of doing a second snow on flight, they've been negotiating with New Mexico on getting some snow-free basins flown so that New Mexico can also partake in some of this data, and we can get that partnership a little stronger with our friends down there. Just thought that was really a great thing to point out. We're still working with them and more to come on that. All right, what does the data look like? So this is the Taylor River Basin. We try and time our first flights as close to peak SWE as humanly possible. This year was absolutely bizarre, as you all well know, and we tried to get peak, and we still missed it as early as March 18th. And this is the Taylor River Basin, March 18th. That main map shows you exactly where all of the snow and SWE is sitting. Those little X's that you see throughout are the SnowTel stations. You can see a lot of that snow is sitting well above where those SnowTel stations are reading. Came in at a total of around 53,000 acre feet of water in the basin. A lot of that water is sitting in those middle elevations. That's the histogram you're seeing on the lower right. And then our second flight during melt season, holy cow, we went from 53,000 to 34,000 acre feet. It was not a great year, as y'all well know. This is just putting a finer point as to where that melting was occurring and where that snowpack was sitting when we were getting into the melt season. We really wanted to see, since East and Taylor have some of the longest records in Colorado, how did this winter compare to last winter? Again, not great. So what you're seeing here is a comparison of our peak SWE in 2026 to May of 2025. That was the closest we could get in the 2025. In May, it was already starting to melt off. And that still came in over at 56,000 acre feet of water sitting in the Taylor Basin versus the 53 we measured this year in March during the peak SWE. And this is really demonstrating the importance of this data. It's showing, okay, in those higher elevations, we saw significantly more difference than what we saw in some of those middle and lower elevations of snow. And the lower elevations of snow are really important for your overall runoff, right? Think of that as priming your pump. That lower elevation snow is going to melt in, that groundwater is going to get pushed into the stream. So that low elevation and where the snow sits is just as important as how much. Now, that's not all. In addition to the snow data, we also have a forecasting component. Since the East and Taylor have such a long record, something really cool I wanted to point out, CBRFC from NOAA, that's the graph that you're seeing there, they've actually started using the ASO data in East and Taylor in order to figure out where their snow estimates are either incorrect and need to be adjusted or whether they're on point. I want to point out particularly right after, it's difficult to see, but right after that March 1st, you'll see a little pink dot that's lower than the blue median. That official forecast used our ASO data that came after the ASO came into play. So you'll see the official forecast was lower than what was being modeled and projected. Similar situation happened after April 1st. That's where that jump is occurring in the graph. There was that late March snowstorm that came in, and they ended up overshooting a wee bit. Then the ASO flight came into play, and you'll see that little pink dot just below the blue, thick blue line there. So the ASO data was able to help them say, okay, our snow estimates are a little bit off. We need to adjust these things. Now, the forecast values that you're seeing on the table at the bottom are late season, so they're all going to be pretty close to each other. CBRFC this time of year, they pretty much only hand out their Q50, so 50% exceedance, and they're looking at that Taylor Reservoir is going to be getting about 32,000 acre foot by the end of this month. There's 2 weeks left, and as of yesterday, 30.3 thousand acre foot has entered the Taylor River, or entered the Taylor Reservoir, excuse me. So there's still some couple of weeks left to figure out which one of these forecasts is going to be closer. The point I wanted to make with this is that we're trying to give our stakeholders more tools. Each of these 3 tools has different values. They're pretty close, but they're each going to have different values. And so by having more information and more tools, our stakeholders can look at this and say, okay, what's going to be more realistic? If yesterday we had 30.3 thousand acre foot coming in, and some of these forecasts are possibly saying all the way up to 46, like what is the most realistic out of all of these different things that we have? So we're really just trying to provide more tools in the toolbox when it comes to the forecasting. And this year was bizarre across the board when it comes to the forecasts. They were all over the place. Of course, corrections were happening, and we're still trying to see where they all shake out by the end of July. At this point, I actually want to invite up a special guest, Sonia Chavez, to discuss how the Upper Gunnison has used this information this year.
Good morning, directors, Madam Chair. Sonia Chavez, General Manager of the Upper Gunnison River District here. And this is Beverly Richards.
I'm the Senior Program Manager with the Upper Gunnison, and I run the ASO program.
One of your drivers, I understand, yesterday. So I'm really sorry I wasn't able to attend the meeting. My youngest son is going to college and was doing his orientation and had to be there, couldn't miss it. So, but I'm really glad to hear that you guys all had a really good time. So with that, I was just going to highlight a couple of things that we shared with Eric. Sorry, my phone just went down. As Eric said, this was just really an unprecedented year, very challenging with regard to the water supply forecasting process. All of these models typically fail when you have these big swings from really, really wet years to really, really dry years or back. They just all have a difficult time handling that. But nevertheless, I wanted to say that the support we receive from the CWCB and the CHASM team and the airborne snow flights is incredibly important information for our basin. And as Eric said, we fly both the East and the Taylor. For example, in some years, we might not see much snow at lower elevation, but we might have a ton of snow sitting up high. And this year, we just really didn't get much snow, even at high elevation. We just weren't getting what we'd seen before, and it was in odd places where we typically don't see that snowpack accumulating. So the distribution of the snow was very different this year. So we had to plan for that as well. Adequate soil moisture data still continues to be a factor in all of the models that we're looking at. And hopefully you guys were able to talk a little bit with the folks up at RMBL and their plans with the REACH program, the possibility of using some existing technology and maybe some new technology to help us refine some of these forecasting models. So that was a really important thing. I would say that one of the things that the Upper Gunnison River District has done is that we have a separate contract with Airborne, with the ASO group to give us prolonged forecasts and more frequent forecasts for the Taylor River Basin because of the importance of that water supply to this area. And so we have a separate contract for about $20,000. So when the Bureau of Reclamation and the CBRFC said that they couldn't give us forecasts more often than once a month when they used to give it to us biweekly, this has been incredibly important for us for our ability to manage that water supply. And in fact, we can go back to them even more frequently and ask them to give us a quick update, identify what storms may be coming in. Can we hold back on releases? Do we need to release a little bit more if there's big snow coming in and we have to let some more water out of the reservoir? How do we time that so we don't flood folks on the lower Gunnison River? We have to time that with the east because the east and the Taylor create the Gunnison River. And I think finally, just as the last point, I really wanted to thank the CWCB for the funding for the ag return flow study. This is allowing us to get a better handle on the importance of that groundwater surface water interaction and how our practices, while they are different, they are not wasteful. Preliminary data coming from that study tells us that 80 to 89% of the water that we divert and apply to our fields actually comes back to the river system as return flow. That helps us to extend our recreational season here, which is a big part of our local economy. And it also has incredible benefits for environmental purposes, including, wildlife and riparian areas and wetlands and things like that. So I think I got everything here. One sec. Yeah, just thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of this information with you. Thank Eric and the CHASM group for all of the hard work that they do. And Beverly, really, you thanked me, but I wanted to bring Bev up. She is really our water supply program manager, and she interacts frequently with the CHASM group and Eric, and she's a huge resource to the district. So thank you, directors. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Sonia or Beverly or Eric?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, I got just a couple more slides for you. So we've had a chance to talk about here in the Gunnison. Let's zoom out. What was the statewide picture? A lot of the same. In this image, huge shout out to Kat Borman from ASO. She wanted to compare our 2026 peak SWE flights to our 2025 peak SWE flights, just to see what it looked like. A lot of red and a lot of yellow. I know it's really difficult to see, but the point of it being the lighter yellow you get, the closer it was to the 2025 peak SWE. The darker red you get, the further away 2026 was. And all of our basins were showing that across the board, had less snow. That is not the surprising thing at all. What was surprising to me and interesting to see is in these middle elevations, that more yellowish kind of color. As you saw in those histograms for the Taylor River, a lot of the SWE is sitting at those middle elevations, and that's what we saw in all the basins across the state, was a lot of that SWE really holding on to that right around 10,000 to 11,000 foot level. It's just very interesting to me to see how snowpack accumulates across seasons and between the years. So I just wanted to put this up there to show you statewide. No bueno, but y'all already knew that. Now, moving forward, I teased that we're working on those other 2 points, the investigating new technological advances and collecting other data. So our illustrious folks at CHASM just this month have adopted a technical advisory committee. The purpose of this committee is to take a look at everything that's out there for SWE measurement and estimation, for streamflow forecasting, and their first task for that is going to be called a technical readiness review. Now, this kind of information exists in separate places all over. Reclamation has done such a thing, Western Water Assessment has done such a thing, but there's not one location where we can really point to say, this is how people across the world are measuring SWE. This is how they're doing streamflow forecasting. And what really doesn't exist at the moment is how is that useful to people in Colorado? So our technical advisory committee's first task is going to be to take a look at everything that's out there and come up with this list of, okay, what's ready to actually move forward on here in Colorado? What else can we be doing? So really excited about that. Like I said, it's brand new. We're nominating folks this month to serve on this committee. We're looking at having water provider representatives, academic folks that are actually in the modeling and forecasting industry, along with a couple of feds to really give us that finer point of advice on this is worth pursuing in Colorado. So that's going to be great. Looking forward to that. Another thing I wanted to point out, Bureau of Reclamation has a notice of funding opportunity we affectionately call the SNOFO. We had 3 applications this year that CWCB is going to be partnering on, seeking a grand total of $2.2 million in federal funding to support these flights for next winter. So we'll learn more in August. Cross your fingers, knock every piece of wood you can find, and here's hoping that we can pull in some more federal funds for the state of Colorado. Final piece I wanted to point out, this is an exciting new development, is a satellite SWE project. So satellite SWE estimates have been coming a long way. They're not quite there yet. So this discovery phase project is going to be taking a look at what it would take to get those satellite products to a useful form for our stakeholders, and what would it take to actually build a dashboard to make that a useful thing. It's just in the discovery phase at the moment, and we're going to have more information on that soon. And with that, I am done. Thank you all. Any questions?
Yeah, one more chance for questions.
Not a question, really. Just want to say a huge thank you to you, Eric, and to Sonia and Beverly. Great presentation. Obviously, we are a partner in the program. This data is critical to us, especially these days, as sometimes we can't even trust, our modeling, our data. Things are changing so quickly, and this is a critical piece for everything that we do. Great to see the specifics, how things are operating in the Taylor. And yeah, I would love to see a presentation like this at least annually. Just get an update on the program, but good work, and thanks again.
Nathan?
Eric, I just want to reiterate what Director Johnson said. This is what we kind of envisioned trying to get this position, and I appreciate you grabbing it and running with it, not sitting back to see what could, taking it and aggressively pursuing the technology that we're going to need. I think you guys are doing a great job, and what Sonia and them are doing here in the Gunnison is fantastic. So thanks again for what you're doing here. It helps us all as these times change for us.
It is my pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with both comments. Wonderful work, great data set. I'm curious, Eric, will the Technical Advisory Committee, or perhaps through other avenues, ultimately be exploring kind of the business model? Is this a cost that we can just anticipate? It's just kind of part of our world. We need to plan for it in future budgets as water providers. Is there a way that new technology might be able to shave some off the cost? Is that part of the ongoing discussion?
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a part of the Technical Advisory Committee discussions.
Anyone else? Seeing none. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. And on the agenda, we have item 16 next. It's been decided to shift those. So we're going to do 17 first, Two Rivers Water and Farming Loan Delinquency, an update, since we have heard from Kirk on this topic before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now rethinking that I should have had Eric present this one. This Two Rivers loan, some of those of you that have been on the board a while, you've heard me talk about Two Rivers, and those of you welcome aboard to the Two Rivers saga that are new to the board. Quick intros. On the call available to us is Deanna Westfall and Morgan Stanley. They're with the Attorney General's office, and Deanna's been part of this. I'll continue to call it a saga, I guess. The Two Rivers loan default space since we got involved in this, and much appreciative to her, and certainly thank you to Jen Mealy. She's also been by my side through all this as well. And with that said, at the end of what I start with here, I will rely on the Attorney General's office to help support some of your questions that you might have, because this is some space that I'm not traditionally dealing in. All right, so why now? And why is this a no action item? And that's a good question. We challenged ourselves to that in the beginning, whether we should put this on now or just wait till we figure things out and provide it. But I felt like this is a good time, and here's why. There is some recent movement in the bankruptcy space as it relates to the Two Rivers and some rulings, and Deanna may be able to fill in a lot more on those details. We also have seen of recent some interest from the water community down in that Arkansas basin of interest in what is CWCB going to do with the Orlando reservoir that we have collateral with involved in this loan. And we have also got some sub-lien holders on that particular reservoir and property that are also communicating with us somewhat casually on, what are you going to do? What can you do as the state of Colorado holding a note, a promissory note in default? And then I think one of the most prominent portions of this is Deanna will be retiring in September before the next board meeting. So I get to rely on her one more time in front of you all. And Morgan Stanley will be taking over that role. And so he is also online as well. All right, so some background for the newer board members, and maybe those of you that have been desiring to forget about Two Rivers. So here I go. Again, we don't deal with this often, and I'd love to point out that we have about $1.5 billion worth of loans, and this is my first, certainly, and I think the first with CWCB. We've got great borrowers, and we go to great lengths to make sure we don't get into this. So, and I was going to point out that the last bad loan that I'm aware of, that we had concern about the principal, and maybe I wasn't around, but I think we did walk away from some principal that was related to land development, and we don't do any of that anymore. We haven't since the 90s when this loan became a problem. This loan was awarded to the Two Rivers Water and Farming back in 2011. And when they came to us, we raised an eyebrow or two and said, is this really somebody or some entity that we want to get involved with? But there was an interest at the time. They were pushing hard to get water to the Rocky Ford area. There was some reservoirs and some water rights that had changed hands, and we felt like being involved and helping them out. There was some question about whether they were an agricultural provider, but and we felt that they were a very risky borrower. And so we went to great lengths to make sure, and I know this board looks at us and say, what are we taking as collateral for this loan? This was the loan, as we have other loans, and we said, this is high risk, and we're going to have to act a lot more like a bank and say, if you default on this loan, what do we have available to us in the market to get our money back? And that's where we are right now with, we call it marketable collateral, because some of our collateral, as you know, it's the project itself. It's some infrastructure that we helped the borrower put in. So in this case, we do have a collateral item, and it is the Orlando number 2 reservoir. And now we are exercising our options since they have been in default. We notified them that the entire loan was due. We were no longer going to accept the late payments and things, and we closed that out the end of 2023 and the start of 2024. So we're about 2.5 years. The reason this hasn't been in front of you over that time frame is the delays and uncertainty related to their bankruptcy proceedings, and things have changed in the last couple of months, which is why I'm bringing this to you now. The numbers that you have in your memo, the principal that is outstanding is about $433,000. They made 8 annual payments. About half of them were on time, and the other half we had to charge a late fee on. So there was trouble in their repayment annually. And as of December of 2023, so we can just say the start of 2024, because of that foreclosure message, we shifted from their 2.5% interest rate into the default rate of 7%. And so that's what we've been charging them as this loan sits in foreclosure, or not foreclosure status, but default status. So it's a total of $534,000 in what is due today. I think actually July 1. All right, now what? So we have options here. We could foreclose on this loan, and because of the way this borrower is aligned with a lot of other lien holders and the way the entity was set up, it's a very complicated foreclosure process, and Deanna, I'm sure will elaborate further on that as well. But then following a foreclosure, we would then gain possession. We've got to notify everybody through that process, and then we would need to sell the reservoir. And those of you on the board know what's the value of a reservoir, who needs a reservoir, how does that work? Another option that is available, as we understand, and we are working hard with the state controller's office, because I think there's a lot of shoulder shrugs there as well. This is not something that they're certainly used to working with. A reservoir as collateral, and selling a note is the other option that we may have available to us, and it might be a preferred alternative to moving forward. And selling the note just says we have somebody that would like to take over our position as the prime lien holder on the reservoir. And there could be several reasons why they might want to do that. A sub lien holder, an entity that somehow is in that industry and has a way to utilize the position that we have on that property. We will continue to work with the state controller's office and likely come back, because I think this is going to move fairly quickly. I say that. I hope it moves fairly quickly in the September, November board meeting timeframe that you likely will hear me again. I'll lean on Jen Mealy, whether we should be discussing it in executive session. There could be some decisions that maybe need to be decided behind closed doors as well. But at this point in time, I'm going to open it up to questions and phone a friend if I need to get Deanna on board to help me with an answer.
Any questions for Kirk? Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry that your one defaulted loan is in my basin, but have you reached out to folks on the Orfano River to get a sense of, is there a market value to Orlando Reservoir?
We originally did an appraisal back when we took the loan to the board, because it was part of our marketable collateral that we wanted support, and it was well in excess of $1 million. Again, our current debt on this is about 533. There is so much that goes into somebody putting a value on a reservoir. We're not certain what the current value is, as water rights have changed and uses have changed and things like that. So this is going on 10, 15 years now. We have not directly reached out to the Orfano. I'm sure they're aware of the complications with Two Rivers. I'm not sure that they're aware of the current timing and maybe some movement, but it's a very fair statement that we do need to open up the market and who might be interested. And again, not sure which is our best path. But yes, it is, and that's maybe part of this, is making this a public presentation, that the time is right for the board to start acting on this decision.
Nathan?
Oh, Kirk, when you talk about maybe selling the loan, do you have any idea what the discounted rate is going to be? What's going to be any idea what that haircut's going to look like?
No, and I would rather not put a number on that. I certainly want all of the money that we're due, and we will work hard to get the best out of this we can.
Any other questions? Brad?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Curious, it looks like there was some interplay or an acquisition by a Vaxa Global, and I don't mean to kind of dig into the kind of where the company is now and the hemp business. I was curious about what's happened to the water supply over these, looks like to be 6 or 7 years of kind of all this uncertainty. Has it been just hanging out in the reservoir, or has there been some use in the reservoir?
I don't know an absolute answer to that. I know that the reservoir has sat empty multiple years. There's certainly some concerns about its structural integrity after sitting dry for as long as it has. And you bring up a great point. I don't know that name. There have been a lot of names floating around. This organization has, yeah, it's been a little bit crazy trying to follow who they are, what they've done. I will share with this board the original intent, bringing water to the melon capital. I like to say the melon capital of the world, that Rocky Ford area, and our interest at the time, it predated the marijuana legalization, and this could be an excuse, but I do feel like maybe that took maybe the original intent of where we were trying to help, and the folks that were involved in this found another possible moneymaker. And I think that caused some problems. I think there was a lot of folks interested in making a quick dollar, and they might have got caught up in that some as well. But yeah.
Yes, John.
Well, I would like to hear from the Attorney General's office. What are the complications in the foreclosure process?
Deanna, I'll turn the microphone over to you if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me here today, and let me know if you have any trouble hearing. There are a lot of complications. Primarily, the issue is that there are several junior liens, and those junior liens have numerous beneficiaries, numerous being over 100. And there is also a legal description error in the deeds to the Orlando Reservoir and water rights. So that means instead of a public trustee foreclosure, which is a very quick and streamlined process where we can mail notice to everyone, if the board decides to go forward with a judicial foreclosure, it will have to serve over 100 people, some of whom are not in the United States. There are legal processes for all of that. It just means that nothing is going to be quick. It's just going to take a long time and a fair amount of resources when you start serving people out of state and then the couple people who are out of the country to give them adequate legal process. The second issue is the Orlando Reservoir and the water rights are subject to several litigated matters where various entities are claiming an interest in them, and it is expected, not necessarily going to happen, but it is expected that those parties would come in and contest the judicial foreclosure or certainly slow it down significantly.
I would like to point out, Deanna made it clear this is not why she's retiring.
Thank you for that.
So you say, Kirk. Any further questions? It sounds very, very messy.
Well, I wanted to hear that so that would help us decide which path to take in going forward. So, and it sounds to me like that's the least desirable by a long way.
On first reading, I would agree with you. Yeah.
And I think through this process that it's going to be a value discussion. You know, is it not just resources and money, but time? If there's a easier route, and certainly we will be returning to the board to make a final decision on where we go with this. And yeah.
Thanks, Kirk. Okay, Nathan.
And I guess that's why I'm asking the questions, because knowing the condition of this loan, it's not attractive. And so it's going to come at a discounted rate, and what's going to be the difference of our efforts to foreclose or not. And so that's why I was asking the question, not just out of curiosity. I think at some point we're going to have to know what are going to be the offerings of selling it. And then if it's so basement priced, are we then going to have to be obligated to recover more money even by spending some more money so we don't completely wash our hands of it? So I guess as soon as you can get that information and appropriately help us make a decision would be helpful.
Yep, that is a fair statement.
Seeing no other hands raised, thanks, Kirk.
Thank you.
So wrapping back to item 16, Jen, best practices, a little training for us as annually required.
Yes, thank you. And does anybody have maybe Taylor has it,
Okay, I got it.
no. Thanks, Scott. Well, thanks, everybody. Of course, I'm Jen Mealy, here with annual training on House Bill 1198, which is best practices for boards and commissions. Here's the agenda. First, brief overview of the bill and now statute itself. I focus on the legal aspects of the training and the bill, specifically conflicts of interest, open meetings law, CORA, and at the end, we'll talk about the draft bylaws, which I am recommending, I suppose, that this board adopt at this time. They've been floating out there for a couple years. We've never formally adopted them. And we can talk about why they're out there when we get to that portion of the presentation. The goal of this presentation is, I guess, twofold. One, compliance with the statute. That's important. Well, maybe, I don't know who's out there policing this, but I also think it's a good idea to have a forum to talk about these issues in case there are questions out there festering, or maybe sometimes just as a reminder of how we should be conducting business. You should have the bill in your board packets, but here's a portion of it. So the bill was codified in statute 24.3.7.102, and the directive from this bill is that each board or commission in state government shall implement written policies or bylaws and obtain annual training on, and then it lists out these 11 topics. You can read them, but they circle around understanding the board statutes, powers, and duties, defining the board's roles, board's goals, managing conflicts of interest, understanding CORA and open meetings law, but also talking about, staff duties and compared to what the board's role is, making sure the board has sufficient data and has sufficient communications when they make decisions and when they make policy, that they're working with the other boards that are relevant to the discussion and working to annually review all these practices that we have. So, and it's always important to know the goals and missions of the agency, to be mindful of the proper interactions with staff and other boards and stakeholders. It's all to how we as a board make good decisions, make informed decisions, and are being transparent. So CWCB's mission is listed here. Powers and duties, I think it's good to know where to find these things. Primarily, we're looking to 3760.106 that actually lists out the board's authorities and duties, but Article 60 as a whole is what I think of as the CWCB organic statute. Talks about the programs and all things we're have the authority to do by statute. And then the outlier statutorily is the in-stream flow program, which is has many of things surrounding acquisitions and appropriations. They live in 3792.102. And I think it's important to keep in mind, CWCB staff does a great job on their website of keeping rules, policies, and guidelines housed in a very accessible place on the website. You go to Public Information tab under the home page, and it's under Law and Policy, and then they're all available there. Very handy. I reference them all the time. All right, so we have the mission here to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and future generations. The CWCB has what is called the CWCB Guide. It's a summary of the CWCB, its role, function, and relationships with key stakeholders. And that sets forth this mission and provides an overview of the agency. I think it's a relatively new document. I hope you all have access to it or have a copy of it. It covers the topics I just listed out, staff versus board roles, basin roundtables, IBCC, CWCB board member duties, funding, water plan, how CWCB interacts with stakeholders, and then it has a helpful FAQ section. And so I believe this is from the CWCB guide. It describes the CWCB as setting and implementing water policy, including through policy development and the water plan, manages multiple programs, including grant and loan programs. CWCB also funds and supports legislatively defined stakeholder groups that collaborate with the CWCB, including the 9 basin roundtables and the IBCC. Jumping into conflicts of interest, I'm glad we have an opportunity to talk about this. These are things that crop up for every board meeting, depending on what our agenda is and how it relates to each of the various board members. We do have a draft guidance document for conflicts of interest. It hasn't formally been adopted by the board. I use it for guidance. And it hasn't been adopted because I don't want the board to adopt if they're not using it, if it's not helpful, if they're not thinking it accurately captures how we want to think about conflicts. Currently, it has the statutory standard of conduct, which is how we have to think about conflicts of interest. And so there's a statute on standards of conduct for members of boards and commissions. Members of a board shall not perform an official act which may have a direct economic benefit on a business or other undertaking in which such member has a direct or substantial financial interest. That is our absolute baseline. That is what we're thinking about when we're thinking about conflicts of interest. Will this have a direct financial impact on me as a board member? But I tend to think there's a greater responsibility than just that in your role as board members. And a more general way to think about it is, does a conflict occur when an individual's personal interests, whether that's family, friends, financial, or social factors even, could compromise the board member's judgment, decision, or actions? And so written into the draft guidance document is the statement that a conflict of interest also exists where a board member is unable to objectively participate in a matter before the board because of the board member's personal interest in the matter. I mean, this gets to the point, if it benefits you or your friends or your family in any way, you should question whether there's a conflict of interest. I'm not saying there necessarily is, but it should be part of your thought process as you're going into the board meeting. If you're biased in any way, you should consider if there's a conflict of interest. Again, not necessarily saying there is, but it should be a consideration. It should be stuff you're thinking about as you're reviewing the agenda. Every year I say it, there's a counterbalance. You're in these roles though, because you are prevalent in the water community. You have lots of connections, you have lots of friends in the water community. Just because there are people in front of you, for example, for a grant, doesn't mean you're conflicted or that there's an appearance of a conflict. And so really knowing and managing that balance is important. There's no bright line rule. I also want to touch on the apparent conflict of interest concept, where there's a apparent conflict of interest where it might look like there's a conflict, even if you as a board member don't think there is an actual conflict. Important to be thinking about the perceived notion of a conflict too. What this gets to is whether the board has trust in the board decisions. If the board thinks there's a conflict and nobody talks about it, nobody mentions it, nobody recuses themselves, starts to question the public's trust in the business the board is conducting and the policy implemented by the board. And so it can be helpful to just disclose a relationship that you have in relation to a particular agenda item. Just disclosing it lets the public know, hey, I'm thinking about this. I don't think it's a conflict. I'm going to participate in the board decision. All that gets to transparency. Whenever people are transparent, I think it just builds trust in a relationship. When dealing with a conflict of interest, If you think there might be an actual or a parent, it's important to discuss with, at very least, Lauren or the board chair or me. And so it's on our radar. So we're thinking about how it's, logistically, how is this going to affect the agenda? How will we need to be thinking about the agenda? And, it can help the board member with the potential conflict to think about, okay, is this really a conflict? Is this something I should be worried about? If the decision is made that there is a conflict by the board member should declare the conflict right before that item is up on the agenda. The board member does not have to describe the nature of the conflict, merely that it exists. The declaration of the conflict should occur before any discussion on the agenda item and certainly before any vote or formal action. The best practice is to leave the room prior to any discussion, deliberation, or vote. This is because your presence in the room on an issue on which you're conflicted really could affect the discussion held by the other board members. If they think it's a sensitive issue to you, they might not feel they can speak openly, they not want to be honest, and they just worry about how their opinions might land with you, and we just want to avoid that situation altogether. That's why best practice is leave the room. We will come get you when the matter's been discussed and, if applicable, when the matter's been voted on. This is a decision that is up to the board member. So it's not a decision that I'm going to push on you. I can make recommendations, we can talk through it, but it is a decision that's ultimately up to the board member. I do want to distinguish recusal from abstention. Abstaining from votes means you're just sitting it out and you're still in the room because there's not a conflict, but just deciding not to vote. I think the abstention from this board should really be few and far between. We've not seen it much. And I certainly haven't seen it much over the last 10 years or so. And I think it's because it's not something that we should rely on. I think it's really important as board members that you're voting. I've had discussions with board members where they're tempted to recuse because they don't want to vote no. I think that a no vote is really important if that's where you want to go. It's important to let the public know where you're thinking, let staff know where you're thinking, your other board members. Maybe you're thinking about something they haven't thought about. And so it's crucial to the discussion that you're participating in the discussion and the vote. If you're thinking that maybe you don't want to go along with the rest of the board, you could have a thought that, it could sway others and could be impactful to the discussion in the matter at hand. Quickly, Amendment 41, it's been out there for a while. I think we're pretty well familiar with it, even if not specifically, then intuitively we know accepting gifts when we're in a position like this is a bad idea. There's actually a constitutional provision on it. No public officer shall accept or receive any gift of value greater than, and this says $50. There's an amendment that as of a couple of years ago was up to $65. It may even be higher. I keep meaning to look to see if it's been updated. Technically, this amendment might not apply to this board because I'm not sure that board members fit under the definition of public officer, but we all, because of appearances, I believe, consider this rule to apply. So be cognizant of when people are buying you meals, offering you gifts, even if they're not in front of the board, being in this role and accepting gifts from folks is something I think we want to stay away from. Sorry, it doesn't look good. It can call into question the appropriateness of our actions. And Mr. Steinbrecher has just informed me that the ban is now up to $75. So there is some dollar amount that's okay. Buying lunch, maybe that's okay. In most circumstances, I try to stay away from it. And it can be super awkward if somebody's buying lunch for everybody and you're, saying, nope, I'll just buy my own way. It's tough to walk that line between offending somebody, but wanting to be mindful of this gift ban. I sympathize, but I still think we need to abide by it. All right, shifting over to open meetings law. Sometimes I refer to it as OML. The goal of the open meetings law is, of course, transparency in government policymaking and decisions. Formation of public policy and the conducting of state business should be a public process. In order to be a public meeting, the meeting must be open to the public and the public must have notice. If there's no notice, then the public does not know to attend the meeting. So some requirements of full and timely notice. The agenda item or the matter being discussed must be posted within a reasonable time of the meeting. We tend to post the agenda a couple weeks in advance of our board meetings. We sometimes do update the agenda as we grow nearer to the board meeting. It isn't a timely agenda. Typically, if it's updated, for example, like just an hour before the meeting, if staff knew that the agenda item was going to take place like a week in advance, that the update should occur when staff knows or when the board knows that the agenda item is going to occur. We must tell the public the meeting place and or how to join online, and the agenda item should be specific enough so a member of the public understands what topic is going to be discussed. I think we should know at this point the definition of what constitutes a public meeting. All meetings of 2 or more members of any state body at which public business is discussed or at which any formal action may be taken is an open meeting, which must be open to the public at all times. There is a local public body too, and those are two distinct things because the local public body has slightly different requirements than a state public body. Specifically in this instance, it's 3 or more members for a local public body, but it's two of you having a discussion about a board topic should be a public meeting. Of course, notice is key. General consensus is not open to the public if there's no notice that that meeting is going to occur. All right, I continue to like this slide, so I continue to keep it in the presentation. What constitutes a public meeting? Rulemaking session and work session, of course, that's a public meeting. When there are conversations on a break about a rule, if the conversation is between 2 board members, even though we're not sitting in this room, it's still a public meeting because board business is being discussed. If 2 board members go out for dinner or go out for a hike, is that a public meeting? It shouldn't be because public business should not be discussed. Logistics, that kind of thing, that's all fine. But when you start talking about topics that are something that the board will be discussing or should be discussing at a board meeting, if the public and staff would be interested in what it is you have to say, if it gets towards some decision that you'll be making, that's just information that you should put before the rest of the board at a board meeting. So I'm not trying to discourage you all from hanging out with each other. I just want you to be cognizant of what topics you're discussing when you do get together. If you're calling the board chair or the CWCB director with a question about the agenda, if you're sticking to logistics about the board meeting, that's all well and fine. It starts to get a little gray when you're talking about the substance of the agenda items. So I just urge caution when doing that, if doing that. A phone call to board counsel, whether it's me or Lane or somebody else from the F&I unit, that is not subject to OML because Lane and I are not board members. You can call us anytime about any topic. When it comes to Scott, who's here sitting in for AG Weiser, that's a board position, so that's a little different when it comes to conversations with Scott versus me or Lane. Executive session is, of course, an opportunity for us to exclude public from our discussions, but such a narrow statutory allowance for this really, as we use executive session for conferences with your attorney, to discuss legal matters. This protection is all about, and it's born out of the attorney-client privilege. And so if there's an attorney in the room who isn't your attorney, or a person in the room who isn't part of that client, part of the attorney-client relationship, then that could waive the privilege. And that's why we try to be super careful about who's in the room, who's online when we go into executive session. It's not sufficient just to have an attorney in the room. It really has to be a substantive legal discussion that's being held. So under the OML, the following qualify for executive session topics: conferences with an attorney representing the state public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, concerning specific legal claims or grievances, or for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Again, the privilege is waived when anybody who's not a part of that relationship is in the room or is present. So we need to be real careful about anybody who isn't technically a board member or technically your counsel. The risk is, if that relationship or privilege is waived, that the recorded conversation is released. If somebody contests how we're conducting our executive session, obviously we don't want that to happen. A couple things to keep in mind with executive session. It's a little different. Our vote to go into executive session is a little different. It is the vote requires 2/3 vote of the entire body. So it's not just the voting members, the entire 15-member board is voting to go into executive session. It's the only vote like that. It's because the privilege applies to the entire board, not just the voting members. And so when making a decision to go into executive session and invoke that privilege, it is the entire board's privilege. Of course, I know you guys know this because we talk about it every executive session. No formal action is allowed. It's available only for the limited and noticed subject matters. We've got to record the session. We must announce the topic and the legal basis for the executive session, and we cannot deviate from the announced topic. A situation where a matter is set for executive session and then public session doesn't happen often, but it warrants extra caution. The public record needs to reflect the basis for any vote this board takes. Colorado law expressly prohibits rubber stamping of decisions by this board. And so engaging in discussion when you come out of executive session and having that non-confidential and non-privileged discussion after executive session is essential to a proper decision. So when we're in executive session, it's just about any attorney recommendation, attorney communications, everything else that's not about that specific legal question. The conversation needs to be in public session and the basis of the decision needs to be clear. So as I mentioned, if any violation occurs surrounding executive session, any action taken based on the executive session would be invalidated. The recording is disclosed. CWCB may be subject to attorney fees if somebody is actually litigating us on the matter. And then, of course, loss of public trust. So it can be nuanced too. If we're discussing matters in executive session, of course, any relaying after the fact of what was discussed in public session would be a waiver of that communication, but also the fact that we discussed that matter in executive session, that can also be dangerous territory. So if you only know of a matter because you learned about it in an executive session and then you ask somebody else about it, you know, that could start leading to discussions about that matter. It could lead somebody to start looking into our executive session and how we conduct it. And so just be careful and just, you know, I think the proper mindset is if it happened in executive session, the only communications you can have about it in any way, shape, or form are with your attorney. If you want to veer outside of that, talk to Lane, talk to me, and we can talk about proper ways to move forward if you want more information. We, in the past, I've talked about certain cases that have come up, actual real life scenarios on how the OML is applied. I don't quite know, but they always involve school districts. There's been the scenario a couple of years back where the judge ordered release of the executive session recording to the media. It was a 5-hour executive session recording from Denver Public Schools. And it was having to do with them hiring resource officers for a certain reason. I mean, and that was a topic that they were not authorized to have in executive session. And so that recording was released to the newspaper. There was a decision we talked about last year about standing, who has standing to bring an OML suit, and it's anybody, it's any member of the public. It does not have to be, in this instance, a member of the school district that would actually be interested in the subject matter. It was anybody, and honestly, anybody interested in seeking attorney's fees, trying to recover fees because they're seeing boards aren't operating properly. So even if the subject of executive session isn't particularly sensitive, I think we still want to be careful that we're doing everything right, just to, keep a clean record, make sure for anybody out there who's watching out for these things that they're not looking at us. Most recently, there was a case, and I think this case occurred since our last discussion, also a school district, Woodland Park. They were discussing whether or not to have a school in their district operate as a charter school. This particular school was already under contract in some form or fashion with the district. And so, it was just kind of a continuing, ongoing discussion they had. In considering whether, and I don't know why it was an MOU, but they were considering an MOU to have the school come on as a charter school. And they listed the agenda item as board housekeeping. And so one of the boards expressed concern. Their attorney advised the board that it's not absolutely necessary to provide granularity to the public or to tell the public in advance about every single thing that is being issued by the board. And so they went forward with the discussion on the MOU under board housekeeping. The MOU was approved at that meeting. There was some member of the public who expressed concern. And so the board then held a second meeting where they properly noticed it. And then they, when the agenda item came up, they just rubber stamped the MOU without any discussion. So member of the public who was actually an interested party filed a complaint and an injunction arguing open meetings violation because of lack of proper notice on the first agenda. And then on the second meeting that the board did not engage in deliberations, and because there's no rubber stamping, a violation of OML for that reason. So fast forward past district court and the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court held that although it was ultimately cured in that third meeting, I should have said after the complaint was filed, they held a third meeting where they properly noticed it. They held an hour-long discussion about the MOU, which was ultimately approved. And so you get to the Supreme Court who says, yes, it was cured, you can cure, but the court also awarded fees because the cure didn't happen until after a lawsuit was filed. And so that person had already incurred the fees of having to litigate the matter. Even though the board conceded that the violation had occurred, there was an OML violation. And the fees occur because there's prevailing party costs awarded after litigation of that sort of matter. So in that instance, it was in the on the public agenda, so it was easy enough to cure by going back and rehashing the discussion and having the vote in public session. But of course, in executive session, the cure is going to be releasing the recording, and we don't want that to happen. Cora. The thing you need to know about Cora, the Colorado Open Records Act, treat all communications you have about board business as if it's going to be published in the Colorado Sun or the Denver Post. I mean, really, truly, we get Cora requests, we're searching files, and just in the interest of transparent government and frankly, not embarrassing yourself, treat all things as if they are public records subject to inspection by the public. A public record is all writings made, maintained, or kept by the state or any agency. This includes emails, texts between board members related to board business, regardless of whether the messages are converted to hard copy format. We deal with some sensitive issues. Sometimes reporters are listening, sometimes they care, so just be aware. That brings us to bylaws. I hope you had a chance to go through the bylaws, which were included in board packets. I touched base with Director McLeod before the board meeting and just to get a feel for how reactions might be, and he agreed with my take. I don't want to speak for you, Director McLeod, but I didn't do much besides go to statute and kind of reiterate what it says. As I indicated at the outset, or maybe I didn't, but I'm proposing these bylaws because they're required. They're required under House Bill 1198. I don't know how helpful they are, and I'm always reluctant to be pushing something that may not be terribly helpful or useful to this board. But if we have them and they help us in an audit someday, that's helpful. If there's some way to make this sort of document more useful to you all, I'm all for it. I use this because it covers election of officers, and I like kind of making sure I'm remembering, okay, how do we do this? How does it work? And we haven't had to go there, but it covers, for example, what happens if there's more than one nomination? Can we go to a secret vote? I mean, that is how I use these bylaws. I feel like there's probably helpful information we can include in here, but that you guys are in a better position than I am to know what would be helpful to have in writing as we attend these board meetings and go about the business of the board. So it is my recommendation, although maybe you're hearing it's a little bit of a watered down recommendation to adopt these bylaws. My motivations aren't purely because I think this is a super helpful document. I do use it. I don't know if you guys do, but like I said, it's always good to be compliant with statute. And that is the end of my presentation. If you have questions on either the 1198 portion or want to talk about bylaws, or, of course, I'm suggesting a vote, and I'd love to know thoughts on the document itself. For that reason, if the board has any thoughts on any of the wording, we can change it. We can consider it during this meeting or later meetings. Really, I'm open. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And I would suggest we eat the elephant one bite at a time. So let's talk about all the training and the information that was shared before we get to the bylaws. So does anybody have questions for Jen on the training she went through? Last time we went through this, I had the same question, and but I'm going to ask it anyway, since I think I know the answer, but it might be useful to have it shared with all the board members. So, and particularly at this time, we're in a situation where having some brainstorming conversations between board members about how can we get creative to make every drop work hard, right? But we're constrained by the open meeting law. The two of us sitting here couldn't have a conversation about that outside a public meeting. And I just want to verify that I understand correctly, because since we only meet every other month, that opportunity is not timely. And what structure would we have to create to actually engage with one another outside of a standard agenda to bring all the juice into the room and see what might come out in terms of creative solution?
Yeah, that's really tricky. I think the only solution is a special board meeting. I mean, if you're having discussions about how to make every drop count, that's something everybody wants to hear about. That's something that should be a public discussion. And so, there have been times when, and I think this is all innocent, but there have been times when after a break, a board member comes back and has a really good idea after talking to a board member and will say things like, oh, Director Smith and I were in the hallway talking about this issue and we had a really great idea. And I was like, oh man. I mean, those discussions, even brainstorming, I mean, this is why we're here and we're having these meetings. And I know 2 months can be a long time to wait, but it's critical that we do.
And so there could be an opportunity if we're looking for a way to have that kind of discussion to do it virtually. It's a question.
Yes.
Right? So we wouldn't have to get our bodies to the same place. And it's always helpful to be able to see one another. But even in the little Zoom boxes, we might be able to develop some ideas that we don't have time to address in a general meeting. So something for all of us to think about. I'm not suggesting we do it tomorrow, but as I said in my closing comments in my report, I really worry 2027 is going to be worse. And we've heard from so many people, we can find creative solutions for today. What about next year, right? And if it does end up as bad or worse, shame on us if we haven't spent some time trying to bring our best ideas forward.
Yeah. And I know it's tricky because there are conversations you all can have about water that aren't necessarily business of this board, but that's a pretty fine line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a slight extension of that question. If not kind of water-related conversations among two, I get the point. Perhaps there's obviously opportunities for other meetings, but our current agendas are pretty, for good reason, are pretty tight. That keeps us on track. It keeps us on time. Makes the public aware of how long we're meeting. Is there something that can be introduced in the agenda format in which might allow for conversation in which noodling occurs, mental noodling, around some things that might be on the chair's mind or any of our minds? Not that we would draw any conclusion from those conversations, but is that a possibility?
I think if there's, I don't think we can just have, if what you're suggesting is maybe have an agenda item for general water topics, I think that is difficult because if you end up talking about something that somebody would be interested in, but they didn't know we were going to discuss it because it wasn't on the agenda, I don't think that works. But I do think we could try, if this is something that we're talking about, there's a way to make it work. We could say, if we want to talk about innovative plans around water conservation, we could have something with a more general topic like that. I don't know if that really gets to what you're talking about, Director Wind, but I think we'd have to have some definition surrounding the conversation. But I think there are scenarios where it could be pretty broad that would allow a brainstorming. We just would need to put some thought into what we call it.
Yes, thank you. So not to beat the dead horse, but like I'm trying to get at the intent. So going back to your scenario of people are going to the bathroom and they are talking about something that came up. If they bring it back to the public conversation, doesn't that meet the intent of being in public, being transparent? Because I mean, we're all human too, right? Things come up and you're like, oh, I really thought your comment was interesting. Can you tell me more about that? And you don't want to take time in the meeting. But if there's something that comes out of it that impacts how we're doing our business, and you bring it back publicly, does that work or not?
That potentially cures it, but what happens is, let's say Scott and I are board members, and I say, oh, Scott and I were just talking in the hall, and this is what we discussed. And everybody, well, what else did they talk about in the hallway? Why aren't they having these conversations in front of us? And so even if we come back and cure that specific issue, I'd start to wonder, what else were they talking about out there? And why can't they just have the conversation in the public forum? And so in that scenario, and I know this isn't naturally how it would go, you and another board member strike up a conversation of, oh, well, I had this thought. Oh, maybe I have more thoughts on that too. Let's bring it back to a public session, which I know it's difficult on all kinds of levels. And maybe it's not noticed again. And, maybe we've got to keep to our agenda. I know it is difficult, but it really is important to transparency.
Okay. And then maybe one follow-up is just related to that. On some topics, our organizational roles require us to talk to people that are also board members. How do we handle that? Because we're there in that case representing our organization, trying to figure out a solution. And so how do we deal with that?
Just be careful. I mean, you wear different hats. If you have one hat on and the other board member has their other hat on, I mean, presumably you can have those conversations without necessarily delving into business of the board and business of decisions of the board. But just be careful. I mean, you have to have conversations about water, like I said, related to your own business. It's just Yeah, a matter of being
mindful.
cognizant, mindful. Thank you.
Okay.
So Lauren's been sitting on ready.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer up that, of course, we will take agenda item suggestions from any board member
Yeah.
for the next meeting. And so please, if there is something that you want to talk about that has not been reflected, you can reach out to me and you can reach out to staff in terms of suggesting items. And, you know, we're happy to accommodate that. Most of the time we put items on the agenda because of things that either, you know, for a timely reason require board action or the seasonality of it. But, you know, we're very open to adapting and hearing from you what you all want to talk about. Just like Director Sakata did with the water quality update.
So it's my impression, having been on the board for a few years, is that our agendas really don't allow enough time to be productive in that kind of more open-ended conversation. So that's why I was bringing up the idea of having an interim virtual only meeting that would have the opportunity for that broader discussion, and looking to Jen and Lauren to help ensure that it's noticed properly so that the public is aware of what we might be discussing. But anyway, I appreciate the answer and the discussion around that, because I think these are difficult times and we may want to get outside of the box of our every other month regular meeting. Yeah. Any other questions on the training? Seeing none, back to bylaws. And I'm so sorry, not quite. Back to bylaws. In terms of housekeeping, it's really good to have what the law requires us to have. I have no particular ideas of edits that I would suggest. So I'm asking the rest of the board, you know, have you reviewed it? Do you have an opinion? Are we ready to vote this meeting, or do you need more time?
So I read it through the packet and I don't see anything that, I mean, changes really what you've trained us on or what we should understand anyway. So if it was appropriate to have it kind of formalized within an approval of the board, I think we're at that point where we can, as it, in my reading of it, I don't see any fatal flaws or corrections. I think we're okay. I don't know what anybody else's opinion is, but I think it would work for us.
John, you have an opinion?
No, I think that Nathan expressed it correctly, and I would move that we adopt the bylaws at this meeting.
Do I have a second? Nathan? Any further discussion? Robert?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Jen, for bringing this forward. A couple questions for you. The executive director, DNR, can they assign a proxy?
I haven't walked through this in a little while. Some of the board members have different rules surrounding proxy. The Department of Ag has the most relaxed. I mean, they were, I guess, most specific. They specifically allow a proxy. My recollection with DNR is that it's specific to the, I'm not remembering the assistant director. Assistant director, is that the person under Director Gibbs? That person can pretty easily be delegated. That role can be delegated to that role, but not any other role in DNR. That's typically, that is how arguably that statute is interpreted. And then, you know, for Director Ullman's, it's different standard. So, and then our statute says specifically that the vote can't, no one can vote by proxy. And so how to interweave all those things, it's not always clear, except for your role.
I know, well, we've had this conversation before, and that's why
Yeah.
I asked, because
Yeah.
I'm allowed to participate in executive sessions where CPW.
CPW, it's different, yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, thanks. If I may continue, I have a couple of more questions. Thanks. In the bylaws, you describe the 9 appointed members. Again, I kind of like the idea of us all working together. Is it in statute that it's West Slope and East Slope, or can we just say 9 members representing the 9 Bay Basins.
I believe I took that directly from statute. I don't think I would change that.
Okay, thanks. And then there's some areas in it where it talks about a majority of a vote wins on a motion. A majority of the membership or the majority of those present?
Majority of the voting members present, as
Okay.
long as there was a,
Quorum.
thank you.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for the very close reading. Yes, Nathan.
So that vote changes too, whether it's executive session or if it's one of the board things, right? Because if it's executive, it's got to be the entirety and others, so, okay.
That's right.
Just about the east slope, west slope. Remember, this statute was drafted in 1937, so it was a little different then.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It carries. Thank you for keeping us consistent with the law.
Thank you. I will fill out the bylaws adopted online and ask staff to post it on the website or keep it somewhere accessible to us. Thank you very much.
And Andrew, thank you for your patience. We are to the second to the last agenda item, the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund Grant Program.
I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, board. Andrew Rickard, CWCB staff for the record. I just also want to quickly thank Brandy Logan for all of her work, everything Wild and Scenic. She couldn't be here today because she's floating the middle fork of the salmon, so.
Lucky woman.
Yeah. This is an action item. Just quick background. In 2009, the board proposed and the legislation established the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund for the amount of $400,000 out of the construction fund. That money was made available for the board and its staff to work with stakeholders in Colorado to develop protection of river-dependent outstandingly remarkable values, ORVs, identified by federal agencies. The goal is to develop protection that would be an alternative to wild and scenic designation, and in some cases to defer an eligibility or suitability of finding. Each year, the board affirms that the fund is still needed and approves the terms and conditions that govern use of the fund. The purpose of this agenda item is to fill this annual requirement. Great. Currently, 3 stakeholder groups are using the Wild and Scenic Fund. We provide annual updates on these groups at the July CWCB board meeting, and other updates you'll find in your director's report. The first group I want to talk about is the Upper Colorado River Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group. This is a diverse group that includes East Slope and West Slope water users, local governments, recreation, and environmental groups. This group created an alternative management plan to protect the ORVs, outstanding remarkable values, so that the BLM and U.S. Forest Service would defer a suitability finding for a reach of the Colorado River between Kremlin and No Name in Glenwood Canyon. The stakeholder plan was accepted by the BLM and Forest Service in 2020. The SG plan is focused on long-term protective measures such as in-stream flow water rights that were decreed in 2010, a robust monitoring program, and cooperative efforts to address potential issues or enhance protection. SG has done some really great work on the Colorado River, including means of protecting recreational values, as well as monitoring the fishery. In April, they requested additional funds to continue this work. They also, which we've mentioned in previous years, have a pending endowment fund that will be used to enhance the river corridor. The endowment fund is still contingent on some permits around Gross Reservoir expansion. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on this briefly. For the first time ever since 2020, the ORV indicators, which are metrics used to gauge whether the ORVs are being protected, were not met due to low values from Colorado Parks and Wildlife fish surveys of biomass, pounds per acre, and quality trout, fish greater than 14 inches per acre. The SG spent considerable time evaluating data, talking with CPW biologists and reviewing related. The SG could not determine a clear cause of the lower fish survey numbers due to the unmet ORV indicators. The SG was required to vote on whether to start a mediation process, also known as elevating the plan, that could result in the termination of the plan. All 6 interest groups that represent the SG voted unanimously not to initiate the mediation process. The SG will continue to monitor the fishery and seek to understand potential causes of the lower ORV numbers. It should be noted that CPW biologists warn it is likely the ORV indicators will also not be met in 2026. Second group is the Lower Dolores River Working Group. This is an offshoot of an earlier Dolores River group. People have been working on the Dolores River for decades. This group is focused on the Dolores from McPhee Dam to the border between San Miguel and Montrose counties, upstream from Bedrock. The Dolores River Work Group is working to establish a national conservation area and a monitoring program to assess the river and make recommendations about how to manage flows below McPhee's for native fish and whitewater boating. It is both of these, if both of these occur, the National Conservation Area and the monitoring and recommendation team efforts, the BLM has agreed to permanently withdraw the potential for this reach to be suitable for wild and scenic designation. The legislation to create a national conservation area was included in the Senate and passed committee in 2025, but has not been introduced to the House. The monitoring and recommendation team has been conducting valuable scientific research on the river conditions and the native 3 species, including the flannelmouth sucker, bluehead sucker, and round-tailed chub. Fort Lewis College is working with that group, and they have approved for wild and scenic funds in 2020. They were approved for wild and scenic funds in 2023 to support group coordination, modeling efforts, and native fish tracking studies. That work was completed, and the group is now considering a new funding request to continue monitoring efforts. The third and final group is the Crystal River. The Crystal River Wild and Scenic and Other Alternatives Feasibility Collaborative Steering Committee, it's a mouthful, is evaluating different options to protect the Crystal River. They are looking at a wild and scenic designation, an in-stream flow water rate, or local agreements to protect the Crystal River from the headwaters to the Sweet Jessup Canal. The steering committee has met numerous times since 2003 to discuss flow and land use protections. In May of 2026, an intergovernmental agreement was completed between the town of Marble, Gunnison, and Pitkin counties, the Colorado River Water Conservation District, and West Divide Conservation District. The signatories of this agreement committed to not advocating for or supporting any new on-channel reservoir or impoundment on the mainstream of the Crystal River, and will oppose any water rights applications or project that would divert water from the Crystal River basin to another watershed. The agreement also acknowledges the critical role of senior downstream water rights in maintaining stream flows and ensuring that ranching and farming operations remain viable throughout the valley. Central to the agreement is preserving local authority, property rights, and existing legal processes. The agreement is the result of recommendations made by the steering committee in March 2024 and of 3 potential long-term preservation measures. The steering committee has not decided whether or not to pursue the wild and scenic designation or in-stream flow water right at this time. A wild and scenic fund request was approved last fall, which included SG facilitation, report writing, a scientific work to evaluate flow needs and riparian communities. A second funding request is anticipated this year to continue to evaluate flow needs on the Crystal. The fund guidelines allow for support for groups like this that are evaluating options for resource protection. Federal processes. Federal agencies such as the Forest Service and BLM are required to assess whether rivers and streams are eligible for inclusion in the Wild and Scenic Program as part of their land management planning efforts. These plans are revisited every 20 to 30 years. Currently, 2 plans are currently underway. BLM has one in the Uncompahgre Field Office Resource Management Plan, and the USFS has one in Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands Management Plan. No movement on the Uncompahgre Field Office Plan, still waiting and is a holding pattern for a draft EIS. For the Cimarron, they recommended the 16-mile stretch of the Purgatory as wild and scenic, and they plan to have the draft EIS for public review this fall. I can go over this pretty quick. So this is financials from last year, fiscal year 25-26. If anybody has any questions on those numbers, but that's how much each of the groups was awarded and spent. The total encumbered, 134,553. Total spent. I mean, I guess the main point of this slide is looking into this fiscal year that we're just starting on. Of course, I don't have a lot of information for that. We expect a request from the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Group. And then we think we'll have a potential request from the Lower Dolores, and same thing with the Crystal River. So we just don't, at this time, we just don't have a lot of information, but we will have that refreshed $400,000 to spend or award. Brings me to my last slide. Staff recommendation: affirm that the need and purpose of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Fund still exists and is expected to continue in the future. And 2, affirm that the existing Wild and Scenic Fund guidelines are adequate without revision. That's all I have.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Oh, Taylor.
Sorry, it's hard to see each
Yeah,
other.
yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, a comment. Just I'm a big fan of this program because it's a very limited amount of dollars that really help incentivize coordination, collaboration. It's important to remember these are sections, these are river segments that are eligible for wild and scenic. So they have important values, and when you see these stakeholder groups come together, it's to really help figure out what's going to work for the local community, what kinds of tools they can use together to manage this together. So I think it's a great program, and I think these groups use their money pretty efficiently. I mean, if you see these numbers, they're, 100,000 here, 100,000 there, but it creates more goodwill and more effective management of the river.
Any other comments?
I do.
Mike?
I don't know. I need to study up on this a little bit. I have some problems here a little bit with what's going on. It looks to me like it's going to be very controversial on some of these. And I apologize. I didn't study up on it as much as I should have until just this morning. But I see a potential for injury for even CWC's in-stream flow water rights.
I mean, that's something.
Are we hurting ourselves there?
For which one? The Crystal?
Yes.
I mean, that's something they look at. I'm not specifically involved with the Crystal, but I mean, I'd happy to voice your comment to Brandy and Karen, see if they have anything they'd like to say specifically about that matter.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I'd add to your 2 comments is what I've observed is this tremendous hunger for local input and local control. And that's what these study groups do. And when you actually see the pushback against BLM or Forest Service actually trying to get a congressional designation of wild and scenic and put in local protections in lieu of that wild and scenic, I think it's the best of both worlds, in my opinion, that you have that local tension resolved in collaborative decision making. So that's my opinion. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Ellen. A second?
Second.
Taylor, any further conversation? The motion does not curtail conversation. Do you have anything else you want to add, Mike?
No.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Majority carries, but we recognize the opposition.
Thank you.
And further conversation to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the very, very patient Wendell Kuntz, public comment. Kathleen Curry first, okay? And Lauren apologizes. She had to step out for an interview. She'll be back.
Okay. Thanks, Wendell. I am going to read a statement because I know I'm standing between you all and lunch and I don't want to ramble and go on too long. So I hope that's okay. Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. My name is Kathleen Curry, and I appreciate the opportunity to offer some comments today. My family has a cattle and hay operation east of Gunnison. We irrigate native grass hay out of Tamichi Creek and Razor Creek. And I'm also a member of the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, and I represent several West Slope water providers at the Capitol when the legislature's in session. I wanted to touch on two topics today that are very important to the water users in this basin. The first has to do with the Lake Powell and Lake Mead negotiations. I want to express my appreciation for Colorado's negotiating team and the positions that they have taken. I believe that Commissioner Mitchell has done a great job of making it clear that we are already taking shortages, that we oppose mandatory cutbacks to prop up a system that is failing due to the actions of others, and that we are not overusing our allocation. I know Commissioner Mitchell probably isn't hearing my comments, but I wish I could thank her in person for defending our interests. Yesterday, you saw a great video that illustrated the challenges of the orchard growers and row crop farmers on the West Slope. Even though I imagine that you saw a decent hay crop on your tour yesterday because you were on the main stem. Many of the forage producers here on the tributaries are experiencing significant shortages. To make it all real, I wanted to give you an example. Two of the meadows that we irrigate for hay production on Razor Creek would normally produce about 1,000 of the large square bales in a typical year. This year, we produce 50. Those same two meadows produce 50 bales instead of 1,000. That means you don't have the hay you need to feed your cattle. It goes on down the line. And if it wasn't for the state engineer's office, they are committed to protecting water rights in priority, and they did that for us. We wouldn't have even been able to produce those 50 bales if it wasn't for the hard work of the water commissioners in this basin and the fact that the state engineers committed to protecting the water rights of our water users, even though it wasn't a lot of water that we got. But other than if it wasn't for our water commissioner standing up for us because we called our ditches on that creek. This is what Commissioner Mitchell and her team mean when they say that the people up here are already taking shortages and there's no more water to give. The second issue I want to bring up has to do with compact compliance, and you'll notice I distinguish that from the negotiations. I understand what's going on here. I think we had all hoped that the operational guidelines work would have been wrapped up prior to having to talk about compact compliance, and that the guidelines would have helped stave off a compact compliance issue. But hydrology seems to have sped up the clock, and we are likely to be having these conversations simultaneously if we are going to be in a 2-year review framework as suggested by the Bureau of Reclamation. I think the issue of how the state engineer administers a shortage is going to be a challenging one to work through for our state. And I appreciate that Director Ullman has started those conversations. It is not lost on the west slope that the trans-basin diversions from the Colorado River to the eastern slope are fully consumptive to the system and largely junior to the compact. No one is saying that water being used for drinking and health and safety should be curtailed. But not all of the water going across the divide is being used for human consumption and fire hydrants. We need a transparent process for engaging in discussions on how to equitably share a shortage if we find ourselves in that position. Probably the best way to do that is via a rulemaking process. The West Slope wants to be at the table, and it would be great if we could start working through how a shortage would be administered before it actually happens. The decisions this board and Director Ullman makes will impact people on the ground like my family. The Colorado River situation is a statewide issue, and that should not be resolved solely on the backs of West Slope agriculture. We look forward to working with you all in the future to try to get through this challenge in a fair way. And thank you, Madam Chair, for bearing with me and letting me read the statement. Thank you.
I really appreciate your comments and thank you very much for being here for the whole meeting. Appreciate
My
it.
pleasure. Thanks for coming to Gunnison.
Yeah. And now Wendell.
I got to move this one up a little bit. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I appreciate the ability to address you today. I'm going to echo what Kathleen just said about Director Mitchell. We stand fully behind her. We asked her to draw a very bright line in the sand. No more water going downstream that comes from the Western Slope Ag. We have to be very cognizant of that. She told you about 50 bales out of 1,000. My little place, I usually get 650 bales. This year I'll get 292. It's already in the barn. Those kind of stories from upper and lower basin here in the Gunnison are typical. The North Fork Ag, this year, we've got about 95% loss in our fruit crops. And then now with the hay crops going at 50% or less, it's going to be a tough year. I don't know if we will have anybody even participate in contributed water in 2027. I would like to invite you guys to our next Basin Roundtable. It's Monday the 20th. It starts at 3 o'clock at the Montrose Pavilion. Love to have you there. Director Mitchell is going to give us an update also. We hope to kick off the conversation on the contributed water criteria. If this is to be in place by September, we have no time left to work on this. I noted in the last IBCC meeting, the concept of funding aging infrastructure is now taking a real front seat. That for the Gunnison Basin Roundtable since I started in 2008 has always been a priority and a real value for us. I'm glad to see that happening. What I would ask of this board is to really look at the water plan grant funds and start putting some of that money towards aging infrastructure across the state. That is our biggest bang for the buck, and we all know it. I was really concerned when I saw the financials up there. Kirk, is he still here? Did I actually see zero transfers for the WSRF funding in 2026, 2027? If so, that's a huge concern. I'm surprised nobody brought it up. That WSRF, while it's not great money for us, it's the seed money that gets everything else going. It's the engineering, it's the first grant that we get to get projects rolling to increase efficiency of water and upgrade our aging infrastructure. I'd ask this board to take a hard look at that and see if that's true. And lastly, this morning, Director Sakata and I were talking, and somehow the idea of, is this truly the way it's been? Are we just now in the position in life where we are called upon to make decisions for our communities? You guys are all leaders in your communities, and I appreciate your service on this board. But it brought to mind a quote from President Theodore Roosevelt. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing you can do is the wrong thing. The worst thing you can do is nothing. We have not that opportunity to do nothing anymore, guys. So thank you, and I appreciate you guys being here, and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much, Wendell. With those two calls for action, we are now ready to adjourn. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Commissioner Coons. Commissioner, thanks for your leadership on the roundtable. I know for all the roundtable chairs, it takes a lot of extra time and work and energy to get that all going and organized. So thanks very much for stepping on and taking that role. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other last minute comments? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Director Cloud, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.